Okay, thank you very much. Going by the program, if you look at it well, the first address was to be done by the Director General, TVET Authority, Dr. Kipkirui Langat. On his behalf, Dr. Ota Osawa will be standing in for him, also Director at TVET Authority. Now, after that, we'll also have time. We invited the East Trip, what we call the IUCA, the Regional Coordinating Office of the East Trip and the National Office, although they delegated the task to the center leader for Kenya Coast. So after that particular presentation, we'll also have a broad presentation from our center leader on the progress and the developments around the Blue Economy project being implemented by the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. So with those few remarks, I'm inviting Dr. Ota Osawa on development of TVET, the structure and the mainstreaming efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Now, as you have been informed, I'm Dr. Osawa. I'm actually a Deputy Director at the Authority in charge of research. And at TVET Authority, we publish the Kenya Journal of TVET. And their papers for publication in our KJ TVET. We do not have any charges for those who are publishing. We usually look for sources of funding in other places which we can eventually use for making publication. Now, we published the fourth edition or the fourth volume of KJ TVET last year. We are in the final processes of publishing the fifth volume of KJ TVET. And if you submit your papers, then I think those ones will be published in volume 6 of the KJ TVET. So first of all, although some of the people are not around, the chief guest, I hope will still be around somewhere. Our guest speakers, Chairman of Council, Principal, and the entire management of the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, fellow researchers, and all participants. Hamjambo. Yeah, before I start on the presentation that was supposed to be given by the Director General TVET Authority, I would possibly take this opportunity to make some general remarks. First of all, I would like to commend the management and all the staff of the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic for organizing this inaugural conference of research. And it is my hope that this will become an annual event. Now, as you are aware, research and innovation plays a very important role in identifying challenges and problems facing the society and eventually coming up with solutions to these problems. And this one is done by provision of data which you can use for informed decision making, as well as policy formulation. And researchers, therefore, should always view problems and challenges as opportunities. Whereas some people are seeing that you have this problem, you should always think of which opportunities does these problems that we are facing present. So that is the lens that researchers should always use. Whenever there's a problem, they should always think of which opportunities can we find out of this problem in coming up with a solution to these challenges. And therefore, I would also propose that we need to consider coming up with some collaborative, applied, multidisciplinary research and innovation, not only within our institutions, but between different institutions. Because as we meet here right now, we should actually establish networks with different institutions so that when you think of coming up with research, then that research, let it not just be for one particular person, but let us make it multidisciplinary. It is only when you do this that the research that we come up with can actually be of a lot of benefit to the society. Now, in addition to publication, as I've just said that we are doing publication in our KJ TVET, I think we should always think up of coming up with research and innovation that can be commercialized. The Ministry of Education is already coming up with some policy for commercialization of and establishment of different enterprises within our TVET institutions. Now, this is because of the fact that we have actually realized that within our TVET institutions, we have facilities that can even be used for commercial production, but they are not effectively used. So the CS was already spearheading this, and we do hope that when the new government comes, then they will proceed with that idea so that we come up with some commercial enterprises within our institutions. And these commercial enterprises will, apart from giving the institutions some additional income, it will also provide avenues where our trainees can also get some. Within Kenya, we realize that we have a lot of potential. I know some of our TVET institutions have got thousands and thousands of acres of land, and they are located in very prime areas of agricultural, with agricultural potential. But at the moment, we are now crying that we cannot be able to import wheat and maize flour, what we can actually be able to generate for our own so that we can satisfy our market. So these are issues that it is important that our institution should actually think of effective utilization of resources that they possess. And when we do this, then I do believe that we are going to improve not only the economy of the institutions, but the economy of the entire country as a whole. Now, the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, I think given the access that it has to the ocean, we should not be thinking of importing fish from China. I do not see the reason why we should be doing that. So I think we should actually be thinking of ways in which you can be able to do this. And as you talk about blue economy and the great potential that it has, let us not just think about blue economy for training purposes. Let us not just end our work in training, but how can we effectively use the blue economy how can we effectively exploit the blue economy so that we can be able to come up with additional income for our institution. Now, our great founding fathers like Kwame Nkrumah, they had very great hopes in the African scientists as well as engineers. And I do believe that you have those scientists and engineers in this room. And some of the hope that they had was that they were expecting that our scientists will have that potential even to convert the Sahara Desert into a forest, which we actually believe we can. So none of this has actually happened. There's very little that has been done in these areas. All these hopes that our forefathers had, I think we should actually think of ways in which we can be able to actualize them. Now, it is also very sad that again, when I check on our great founding fathers, the speeches that they were making, they were expecting that we'll be having very good industries which are run by the Africans themselves. But it's again very sad that most of the time, we are still exporting the raw materials and then importing the finished products at very high cost. Now, some of the raw materials that we even export are things that are very basic, that we can actually do value addition. I think we need actually to stand our ground. Like in the issue of coffee, we normally export the coffee beans, and then we import the Nescafe and all that. Now, some of these things are actually so basic that if we are eventually to realize our dreams, then it would actually be important for us to actualize these issues. And as researchers, we should actually come up with these solutions to the problems. And since we now have the researchers, we have the engineers, whenever we are coming up with certain research topics, we should actually come up with research topics that can eventually be applied. Now, during, this is something that I normally share. During one session when we had a research conference for the Kenya Chemical Society, now when all the researchers were giving their presentations, each and every one of them, whenever they stood up, they could talk about the fact that one of the problems or challenges that researchers are facing is lack of funding for undertaking the research. Then the professor whom we were with in the room, when he stood up, he told us that funding is never a problem for research. The only thing which is lacking is research ideas that can be funded. So as we think of our research ideas, let us actually think of research ideas that have got a lot of benefit to the society. And if we come up with those research ideas that have got a lot of benefit to the society, then we'll not be crying over research funding. So the ideas that we come up with, let us come up with great ideas which can actually change, can bring changes to the society. And once we do that, then our impact will also be felt. Now, when the Director General of NACOSTI was presenting here yesterday, he was talking about the limited funding that they're usually given. But what I do believe is that once we can come up with ideas, research ideas that can bring great impact, not only to the institution, but to the society and eventually to Kenya as a whole, then there will be no time when you'll be crying about lack of funding for our research. Because again, whenever the government gives NACOSTI money, the NACOSTI gives out the money to researchers. Then the government asks, what is the impact of this research that has been done? What improvement does it bring to the economy? So automatically, if the research is just for publication and then it ends in the shelves, then the government will not be seeing any need to put a lot of money for research. But once we can come up with research ideas and innovative ideas that can actually be commercialized and bring changes to both the community as well as to the country, then there will be no time when we will be crying about lack of funding for research. Now, I can now move on to my presentation. As you have been informed, I'm presenting on behalf of the Director General TVET Authority, and the topic is TVET as a strategic and operational priority to realize SDGs, African Development Agenda 2063, and Kenya Vision 2030. So this is indeed a very wide area. So I'll just go through briefly the SDGs, the African Development Agenda 2063, and the Kenya Vision 2030. And then from there, we will eventually be able to see the effect that TVET has in all these issues. So the background of the study will involve some, I'll have some background, so I'll talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, as you realize, we'll be coming from the international, then moving to Africa, then moving to Kenya, and then from Kenya now, we'll now be talking about the issues in the area of TVET. Now, basically, under background, we realize that TVET has gained a lot of attention and also gained a lot of popularity globally. Now, this one is because of the key role that TVET plays in the provision of skilled workforce for sustainable development. Just go to the next slide. Now, TVET is basically regarded highly in the strategic and operational priorities of the G20, that is of the G20 nations, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as the international organizations such as the ILO and UNESCO. In order to realize its vast potential and impact on development, there is need for continuous review of the TVET systems. And for us to be able to do this, it is also important that we should actually be undertaking some intensive research, innovation, and where applicable, commercialization of those research findings. And this can actually help in providing solutions to the common problems that are facing the societies and contribute effectively to sustainable development. It is therefore important that we make research and innovation and we integrate it in all our training programs. That is very important. Just go to the next one again. SDG. Now, the SDGs are a universal call for action to create a fair, just, and equitable world by ensuring that no one is left behind. So in 2015, about 193 member states of the UN adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now, this one was to ensure that all the countries, none of them is actually left behind in the process of the development. So the SDGs basically provide a shared blueprint for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future for all. Now, the SDGs has 17 goals. The first one is end of poverty, zero hunger. All these goals are actually interconnected so that they are supposed to be dealt with at the same time. But we will be more interested in goal number 4, which is quality education. Now, that goal number 4 has 10 subsections in it. The first 2 sections basically deals with the universal basic education as well as the early childhood education. Now, the part which is important for TVET is 4.3 and 4.4 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And you realize that TVET plays a very important role in all these Sustainable Development Goals, because TVET basically provides skills that can be used by the graduates for decent work. If we talk about no poverty, then one of the issues that we realize here is that when you check on the skills that are normally taught under TVET, they actually contribute to ending of poverty. Because first of all our TVET graduates will have skills which they can use to earn a decent living. And therefore, it will eventually eradicate poverty. Zero hunger. Under TVET, again, we realize that we train agriculture, those who are going to do agriculture. One of the basic ways in which we can actually end hunger is to ensure that we are reliant in food production, that we have not done at the moment. Good health and well-being. Under TVET, we still train a number of graduates who will eventually work in our health facilities. Gender equality, this is something that we have actually been advocating for to ensure that all our TVET institutions are gender sensitive, in the sense that we have both male and the females are admitted into the various programs. Then clean water and sanitation. Again, these one are issues that are also incorporated within our TVET training. So basically, when you check on all these areas, TVET is involved. And when you talk about the blue economy, that's where we get number 14, which is life below water. So basically, if we check on all these areas, then you find that TVET is actually indeed required for us to ensure that we attain these 17 goals. So the next one is just basically, I think it's something that I've already explained, so we can just go through it very fast. I've just talked about the fact that SDG 4 require provision of equal access for women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational, and tertiary education. Whereas the goal 4.4 proposes substantial increase in the number of youth and others with relevant skills for employment. And this employment will ensure that they have decent jobs and entrepreneurship by that year of 2030. So basically, the TVET plays major roles in the implementation of and promotion of SDGs in all sectors by providing appropriate skills for employment, both self-employment as well as the formal employment. And it is also important to note that the sustainable development consists of three: economic, rural, and environment development, which should be considered as a whole. And therefore, all our TVET policies and practices should not neglect any of them. Whenever we are talking about our TVET systems, we should always ensure that we incorporate all those. Now, under the African Development Agenda of 2063, now the African states initially made the first bold step in establishing their development fortunes by adopting what we call the Monrovia Strategy. This one was done in the year 1979. Now, later after that, there was a more comprehensive plan, which was referred to as the Lagos Plan of Action for Economic Development of Africa. This was adopted for implementation between, it should be 1980 and 2000. I think those are typos problems. Now, other initiatives for transforming Africa's economy included the Abuja Treaty of 1994, and this is the one that also came up with the African Economic Community. And then eventually the OAU, Organization of African Union, was eventually transformed into AU in 2001. And this was expected to accelerate the implementation of the Abuja Treaty. Now, one of the initiators of the conversion of OAU into AU was the President Muammar Gaddafi. Unfortunately, he was killed. He had very good plans for Africa. He was actually even thinking of establishing an African Development Bank, and he even wanted to use money from Libya, which could be advanced to the African countries, and then the Africans could then refund that money even without interest. But unfortunately, he never lived to see the African Union that he had actually proposed and thought of. Now, basically, the African Agenda 2063 is capturing the aspirations and the desire for shared prosperity, well-being, and unity and integration, as well as achievement of full potential, is realized by free citizens with expanded horizons. I do hope that we'll be able to achieve this, although at the moment we realize that even within Kenya itself, we still have some pockets of problems where we cannot coexist very peacefully. It is my hope that our TVET graduates, actually one of the reasons why we train the TVET graduates is to ensure that we eliminate those conflicts. Most of these conflicts normally arise as a result of resources. If we give the appropriate skills to our graduates, the fighting for resources will eventually end. And when the fighting for resources eventually ends, then our people will be able to live very harmoniously. So this is one aspect that we should always think about as we train our TVET trainees. Now, in order to realize the African Development Agenda of 2063, this process has been divided into certain sections. Just like as I will talk about the Kenya Vision 2030, we normally implement it in what we call the medium-term plans, each one of them 5 years each. The same thing was also proposed for the Africa Agenda 2063. It was also proposed to be implemented within particular plans, some sections. So the STISA 2024 was to start from 2014 up to 2024. And then after 2024, we'll have another plan up to 2034. Then we'll move like that until we reach 2063. So the STISA is basically science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa. So it exemplifies the critical role which is played by science, technology, and innovation. And it places science, technology, and innovation at the epicenter of the continent's socio-economic development and growth. Now, this strategy is anchored on 6 strategic priority areas. As you can see, some of these strategic areas actually is some repeat of the SDGs. One of them is eradication of hunger and ensuring that we have food security. These are something that we should actually, as we train our TVET graduates, we should think about it. And even as TVET institutions, we should also in education. Then we have prevention and control of diseases. That's another. Creation. Created enough wealth in only fight for resources if no much wealth has been created. And therefore, even in these affluent areas, you'll never find them fighting. The only places where people fighting is where people have got very limited resources. So if we can use TVET to ensure that we actually create wealth, then this will actually help us in eliminating these conflicts. So just as I've said before, is that TISA 2024 is a short-term incremental strategy which is designed to address the aspirations that were identified in the Agenda 2063 for Africa. Now this is just the mission and how the Africa can be able to realize how TISA can play the roles that TISA plays in realizing the African Agenda 2063. As I had just mentioned earlier, is that it is supposed to address the aspirations which are identified in the Agenda 2063, as well as the mission of AU. And the mission of the AU is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven and managed by its own citizens, and playing a dynamic force in the international arena. These are some of the things that we should be thinking of. How can we be able to achieve this mission? The mission of TISA is to accelerate Africa's transition to an innovative-led, knowledge-based economy. And these are the ways that TISA is planning to achieve this. One of the ways is to set priorities and implement flagship programs which are supported by efficient management to meet the needs of the society, including education. And then it also intends to improve the STI status in terms of human capital, technical competence, and infrastructure enabling environment, innovation, and entrepreneurial mindset. Now from there we can now move. We've come from the international, now we've come to Africa, now we can now move to Kenya. Now in all these areas, when you talk about the STIs, the TISA, you still find that TVET has an important role to play. Now, in our Kenyan constitution, the provision of education is actually mentioned in a number of chapters, and one of them is section 55. However, when you move to section 55A, it now talks about it states that the state, that is Kenya, shall provide measures to ensure that the youth access relevant education and training. The country has actually been trying to do that. I'll talk about this later, but I can just mention the fact that in an attempt to ensure that this one is achieved, the country has been providing capitation that you're aware of to all the trainees in our TVET institution under the Ministry of Education. Now, the reason for that is because the funds is usually some funds through the Ministry of Education that it has decided now to use as capitation to ensure that there's improved access to our TVET institutions. Now, the funds has been increasing at a very unprecedented rate, and at one time, the ministry might not to be sustainable. One which we are trying to ensure that this fund is sustainable is not to involve the stakeholders, the private sectors, there's all the stakeholders of TVET to come together so that we can be able to establish some funding that can be sustainable to support our TVET programs. So the Kenya TVET 2030, which is actually a Kenyan way of ensuring that we also achieve our expected development, it actually envisages to transform the country into a newly industrializing globally competitive and prosperous middle-income country with adequate quality of life for all its citizens by 2030. Now, this vision is actually anchored in those three pillars, which is the economic, social, and political pillars, and it is normally implemented on successive 5-year medium-term plans. The first medium term was 2008-2012. Then we had the second one. The third one is the one that is now about to end. The fourth one is now from 2023 to 2027. It is already in the progress. So much work has been done on the fourth medium-term plan. Now, the medium-term plan 3, the one that we are currently in, is actually it prioritized some 4 areas. Just move to the next slide. So the medium-term 3 prioritized 4 key areas. And these 4 key areas are the ones that you refer to as the Big 4 agenda. Again, if you check on this Big 4 agenda, then you will find that since TVET institutions are actually the major suppliers of skilled workforce, you will actually find that it plays a very important role in this area, all these 4 areas. Because manufacturing sector, we need technicians who come from our TVET institutions. Enhancing food security, I already talked about that. Then ensuring affordable universal care, we produce people who usually work in our medical sector, and also providing affordable housing. We also produce technicians who work in all these areas. So the TVET sector is again playing a very important role in the achievement of the Big 4 agenda. Now, in order to ensure that we have appropriately qualified and skilled TVET graduates who are supposed to help in the achievement of the Big 4 agenda, the medium-term plan 3 also envisaged to strengthen the quality assurance in our TVET institutions as a way of improving the quality of training. One of the ways in which we can strengthen the quality of training in our TVET institutions is to ensure that within the institution we have very strong quality assurance systems. And that is the reason why the TVET authority, in collaboration with some stakeholders, have actually been involved in ensuring that all our TVET institutions establish very strong internal quality assurance systems within their institution, and the establishment of the Internal Quality Assurance Office. And for us to be able to do this, you have noted that there's been a lot of training of internal quality assurance officers. I think in most of our institutions currently, we have had a number of training, both for the management of the institutions, as well as the internal quality assurance officers themselves. And we expect that the internal quality assurance officers themselves, once they go back to their institutions, then they will be able again to train the staff within that institution on ways through which they can be able to maintain their quality or improve their quality. Just go to the next slide. Now, some of the achievements that have been made, I think those ones are already there. I've already talked about them. Development of internal quality assurance framework, capacity building of quality assurance staff and institutional management, as well as development and review of quality assurance standards. Now, I will just briefly talk about some of the underlying issues in the TVET subsector. Now, just go to the next slide again. Now, one of the underlying issues that have been talked about quite a number of times is the skills mismatch. You have gone to the previous one. one of the underlying issues that you have had in our TVET sector has been the skills mismatch. This one has been actually been pointed as one of the reasons why we have high youth unemployment, as the employers believe that the low quality of training is a cause of skills mismatch. And this one was identified through a study by ILO in 2015. Now, it has also been noted that just like many African nations, the TVET systems in Kenya have also been operated on a supply mode. This is one thing that should actually be for the previous generation, because we have had a lot of technological developments. Then another underlying issue that you have had within the TVET sector is the negative perception of the TVET programs. Now, this is something that we have had for a very long duration of time. The TVET programs were initially being viewed as inferior to the traditional academic pathways. But what I just talked about earlier, about the government capitation, help loans, this one has eventually improved the access. Now, in addition to this, there has also been a lot of rebranding campaigns for the TVET sector. And this one has eventually increased the popularity of the TVET programs. In some of our institutions, I've noted that we even have some trainees who are graduates. They receive their degrees, and then after getting their degrees, they go back to our TVET institutions to do some diploma programs. Some of those graduates, when you talk to them, then they'll tell you that the diploma that they have actually done in the TVET institution is what now eventually makes them to get jobs, would be self or even formal employment, than what they did at the university. So there's been that transition in the perception for our TVET institutions. So that is actually we expect to continue, because if you go to some of the developed countries like Canada, you realize that quite a number of the trainees in their TVET institutions are actually graduates. Graduates get their skills of management in the degree, and then they come back to the TVET programs where they get the hands-on skills, which they can now use either for self-employment or they can also use them for formal employment. And we hope that this is something that will eventually continue. So as I was telling you that the capitation has been increasing. You can see that there was 2.673 billion in 2019-2020, and then it increased to 4.946 billion in the financial year 2020-2021. So there's been a lot of increase, and it has, the benefit that has already given is quite a good number of the students. However, what I was telling you is that it might not eventually be sustainable, because we now have a very large number of trainees actually coming to our TVET institution. Another underlying issue has been the limited funding. Now, we also have in some of the institutions, we have poor quality facilities. This one is not in all the institutions. Quite a number of our institutions have got good quality infrastructure, but a few of them. Then another underlying issue is the lack of competent trainers. And I've said this is especially so in our vocational training centers. And also, we have not been able to have an established continuous professional development for trainers. This CPD is ideally a very important aspect for ensuring that our trainers actually keep abreast with the changes in technology. Because a number of our trainers right now, you can even find trainers, if I talk about motor vehicle mechanics, they are trainers when they are doing their diploma programs. We had the carburetor engine vehicles. So whenever they are training, they will be more tempted to talk about the carburetor system. But those carburetor systems have already been overtaken by events. So that's why we would like to have a situation where our trainers continually undergo some sort of continuous professional development and industry exposure. This will enable them to keep abreast with changes in technology so that whenever they are training, they actually train what is happening at the industry and not what they learned sometimes back. So we have not actually established a system for the CPD for the trainers. Then with the changes, with the current changes in technology, we should also be embracing the online training system. But one of the underlying issues that we have is the shortage of high-speed internet. Then we also have low preparedness of our trainers in digital technology and research. Poor linkage with industry is another issue. And also relevance of curricula of training programs delivered due to the changes in the world of work. Now, maybe I can just share with you briefly, although we have been talking about the fact that as we train practical things, which cannot be trained online. At one time when I was talking with a trainer in Jamaica, they told me that they actually do training online, even for welding and other practical subjects. And one of the issues I realize is that if we adopt the online training, it will eventually make the training cheaper and therefore improve access, because somebody can easily train from the comfort of their homes, wherever they are. So when we are talking to this person in Jamaica, they actually told us that whenever they are training those practical courses like welding and even motor vehicle mechanics, they do so through videos and simulators. The simulators will show how this process happens and how you can even be able to do that work practically. Then once you have been able to watch, and the goodness of the online training is that even if it's a slow learner, he can watch that video a number of times. Not a situation where the trainer comes to class and then he trains you, this is what is supposed to be done, this is like this. Then the trainer goes because he has covered that area. If you're a slow learner and you're using e-learning, then you can play that particular video even more than 10 times. One thing that you have not understood, you go back and go to it again. So what they told us is that once they have used those videos and simulators, the next thing that they have is now to use some mobile workshops. So the mobile workshops now will go to various parts of where we have those students. So when those mobile workshops go there, then the trainee will now be able to practice those skills practically. So first of all, they will view through videos and simulators, understand the concept and how that work is done. Then once now the mobile workshops goes to their regions, there are days when those mobile workshops will go to various regions. Then the trainee will now be able to practice the hands-on skills. And they were even thinking of doing assessment online. So those are actually things which can be done. Now let me go through the remaining parts slightly faster. Role of TVET in the future of work. Now these studies have already shown that different skill sets are required for the future. That is workforce readiness, technical skills, the soft skills, which are sometimes referred to as the transferable skills, as well as the entrepreneurial skills. These ones are all required. Now, a survey which was carried out in 2018 by the World Bank Group identified technical, which are IT knowledge, abilities, data and information processing, knowledge processing, and personal skills, adaptability to change, continuous improvement, and lifelong learning. These are now personal skills. They are actually very important for both our graduates as well as our trainers to perform effectively in the work environment. Now, these attributes can be attributed if we have a strong collaboration between our TVET institutions and the labor market. The emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, that's what I was just talking about briefly, has actually intensified the need for increased digitization of the TVET sector. In my conclusion, in that there's been a rapid skill transformation in the job market. Now, this actually requires both our trainers and graduates to continually upgrade their skills and be digitally smart. It is also important that we improve and strengthen collaboration with the industry, and where possible, incorporate dual training. And this, we expect, will deliver the desired outcomes of mitigating skills mismatch and anticipation. The role of TVET in solving subtle challenges and providing skills force to the labor market can actually be effective collaboration between industry as well as research and innovation. And for us to do this, we need to develop relevant programs using suitable curricula and employing new ways of training and assessment of needs. It is important, again, for all the TVET stakeholders to work together and develop some regulatory or monitoring tools for assessment of sustainable practices. Now, given the strong and important role that TVET plays in the society, it is important for us to actually continue embracing TVET, but at the same time ensure that we continually improve our TVET systems. Now, finally, I can talk about some two things that have been said by some Ito Wahenga. One of them was the fact that it indicated that the best way to predict your future is to invent it. So, depending on where we want our TVET system to be in the next 3 or 5 years, if you want to predict, then we should actually invent it right now. If we want to predict where we want to take Kenya Coast to in the next 5 years, we should actually invent ourselves. So through that invention, that is what is going to bring us to where we want to be. And if we do so, then we will be able to accurately predict where Kenya Coast or our TVET programs will be in the next 5 or 10 years. Then basically another saying that was actually done by Gandhi was the fact that we do not inherit the world from our ancestors, but rather we borrow it from our future generation. Now, if you borrow something, you need to return it in a very perfect condition. Now, during the old days, I think most of you are not born by then, before the advent of the second-hand clothes and all these second-hand goods, it was not very easy to find somebody with a pair of shoes for going on a journey. Only few people within the village had pairs of shoes, in some cases even a trouser and a coat for going for a journey, especially when you are going to your in-laws. Only very few people had those types of attire. So if you wanted to go to your in-laws, you had to go and borrow maybe a pair of shoes and even the other attire. And if you have to return that attire that you have borrowed, then you must return it in a very good condition so that next time when you want to borrow it again, you will actually give you. Because if you don't do so, he can even tell you to remove it in front of visitors. So that's why I'm saying that we do not inherit the world from our forefathers, but rather we borrow it from our future generations. So because we are borrowing the world from our future generations, we need to make sure that we put it in a very good way so that by the time we give it back to them, it will even be in a better condition than the way we found it. Thank you very much for your attention, and it is my hope that by the end of this, we will have learned a lot from each other, because the only way that we can grow is to share it with others. Otherwise, if you just retain that you have, it will not grow. But the moment we start sharing it and establishing, then our knowledge will grow. And when knowledge grows, then it will be of a lot of benefit, not only to you, but all those whom you have shared it to. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I wish you a very good sharing of knowledge during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Otta Osawa. Indeed, the message is clear. And there's so much effort also being made by the TVET trainers. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome the chief guest and the chief principal who have just joined us to this event. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome Professor Kanywa, the council chair for Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, who joined us when the program was already on. Now, at the same time, we have been joined in this conversation by Dr. Linus Wekesa. Dr. Linus Wekesa is the regional director for Kenya Forestry Research Institute in Coast Region. He is representing the Director General, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, who was busy and could not attend this event. Dr. Linus Wekesa also has a presentation that he will make on the relationship that exists between forestry and blue economy. Before we engage Dr. Linus Wekesa, perhaps there may be one or two reactions or comments that may follow the presentation by Dr. Otta Osawa. Delegates, is there anybody who has any reaction, any comment, or any question with regards to the presentation by Dr. Otta Osawa? Plenary? So I know our time is running too fast, and I know paper presenters are also getting anxious, but you'll give us just a little time, 20 minutes, then we'll break for tea. Before we break for tea, let us give time to Dr. Linus Wekesa to make his presentation on forest research for sustainable blue economy. Then after tea, we will break for parallel sessions. The session in Chandaria Hall will also attend the Blue Economy Conference, Blue Economy briefing from the center leader and the industry advisory board members. But the session that will be going to Smart Lab will continue with the paper presentation. So at this point, I'm inviting Dr. Linus Wekesa to make his presentation on forestry research for sustainable blue economy. Karibu Daktari.
Good morning. As indicated, my name is Linus Wekesa, and I'm standing in for my director who could not be able to come. And because we are some of his banner boys, directed me to come over to be able to make a presentation. And maybe just as a form of introduction, I come from Kenya Forestry Research Institute, KEFRI. In terms of a profession, I'm an economist. But when I talk about KEFRI, I become a career forester. And today, I'm going to give a presentation on forestry research and how it relates with the issues of the blue economy. And in my presentation, I want more to dwell on what KEFRI has been doing in the region in terms of research, developing technologies, developing innovations, and how all these things could be able to impact on the blue economy. And maybe just to start off, allow me, because I've mentioned about KEFRI, just to be able to give just a brief overview of what KEFRI is. And KEFRI, which is Kenya Forestry Research Institute, is a government agency that was established in 1986 through the Science and Technology Act, which of course has been repealed to the Science, Technology and Innovation Act 2013. Basically, this particular organization is mandated to conduct research in forestry and allied natural resources for socioeconomic development. Forestry research is very key, and indeed, through the Science, Technology and Innovation Act 2013, it recognizes and advances forest research as a key enabler for accelerated economic development of the country. And that's why we are there. That's why we always seek space and time to be able to advance what we are doing. And in terms of forestry research, this research is organized in 4 thematic areas. And these 4 thematic areas include the forest biodiversity and environment management, the forest productivity improvement, the socioeconomic and governance, the forest product development. And these 4 areas, they are supported by the Forest Research Support Services and the Corporate Affairs and Quality Assurance. And this particular research is conceptualized and implemented through the ecoregions and sub-regions that cut across the country. And one of the regions is a coast region where we are. And allow me to dwell much more on the coast region and what we are doing and how this relates now to the issues of the blue economy. And This particular region, of course, covers 6 counties, and this presents an area which is diverse in terms of challenges and opportunities. And also this particular region has vast, unique resources that span from the sea. Like if you start from the sea, you'll be able to see the mangroves, and as you go inland through the Nyika Plateau, you'll be able to see the wonderful and beautiful woodlands as you descend, as you ascend to the Taita Hills, where you'll be able to see the Bondane forests. And these are some of the key kind of unique resources that we focus upon. And in terms of trying to focus ourselves, is that we address identified challenges and stakeholder perspectives that impact on the blue economy. And some of the key challenges that we address, one, is the issue of degradation of the forests, which include the mangrove forests, the dryland areas and the woodlands, the issues of the biodiversity loss, because we need to conserve our biodiversity. We also have the challenge of lack of enough wood biomass on the farm. People require this particular resource, this particular product, as a material for construction, for energy, etc. And also there's the issue of the pests and diseases and invasive species that cause some destruction. We also have the issues of emerging issues, and we try to see how we could be able to mainstream these emerging issues into research and development. And these issues include, of course, the issues of gender, the issues of climate change, the issues of red plus, the pests, etc. And we also try to be able to give a contribution in terms of trying to see how we can be able to address that major problem of the high poverty levels in the region. And as you can see from those pictures over there, the first one is the coastline, where we have the beautiful mangroves. And as you extend inland, you go through the Nyika Plateau, where we have the woodlands. And then finally, as you ascend to the Taita Hills, you'll be able to see the beautiful mountains that have what we call the Bondane forests. Let's continue. And when you're looking at the issues of how you can be able to achieve the sustainability of the blue economy, there is need to be able to focus on 3 key issues. There's a need for focusing on projects that enhance impact. There's need also to focus on those flagships that are based on the uniqueness of the region. And lastly, there's need to be able to focus on those projects that create identity. And that will be able to really focus you well so that what you are doing is able to enhance the impact. And based on that, we as a research organization, we have identified 4 to 5 key flagship projects that we have been focusing on in terms of research and development, and in terms of trying to see how we can be able to enhance the sustainability of the blue economy. And these 5 flagship projects include the mangrove research. Number 2, we have the kaya forests. 3, we have what we call the tropical lowland forests and woodlands. And then number 4 is the tree farming, mainly the woodlots on farms. And lastly, the area of bioscience, the soils, the aspect of tree physiology, the issues of bioprospecting, etc. And allow me briefly to overview our flagship project. And the first on the mangrove, we have formulated this as the project called the Mangroves Research for for blue economy through the provision of ecosystem services, biodiversity conservation, and enhanced livelihoods. And the mangrove as a resource is a unique one in the region, and this covers about 60,000 hectares in the region. And most of these mangroves are 61%. And the total mangrove area in the country or in the region forms about 3% of the total or the national forest area. And the key issue is that mangroves are threatened. And these threats, they include, please continue. Yeah, the threats, they include one, the these groups, and mainly in urban areas, we have for the cost of development and implementation. When doing it heavily and negatively impacts the mangroves. We have change. This leads to the issues of flooding, the rise in the sea level, changes in the soil water, and the sedimentation. And in terms of all this, they negatively impacts on this particular resource, and this negative impact is able to affect our fishery resources. It is able to compromise the sustainability of the resource, and also it compromises the shoreline stability, and it also leads to what we call the carbon source. It changes the mangrove as a resource from being the carbon sink to being a carbon source. And in terms of the degradation, out of the about 60,000 acres, we have 40% of this. They are being affected by threats, and we have about 40% under the threat of degradation. Next. And because of that, as a research organization, we have focused our research in terms of developing technologies and innovation to be able to address those threats. And some of the key kind of outputs and achievements, of course, includes the areas for us to be able to clearly focus on the hotspots. Then number two, we have been able to do the identification of the pests and diseases that are affecting these mangroves for us to be able to clearly see what forms of interventions can be advanced. The other very important issue that we have been able to do is to undertake studies to be able to establish what we call offtake levels. And the offtake levels is mainly establishing what we call the allowable cut. How much or what area are you allowed to be able to cut without compromising the sustainability of that particular resource? The other issue is doing studies to be able to develop the mangrove propagation and the nursery guidelines. We have also been able to look at the socio-economic dimensions because the mangroves are with the people. There's that interaction between the resource and the people. And because there's of that interaction, you get there are those social dimensions. So we have also gone in to be able to identify those social dimensions that will be able to affect the issues of the governance, the issues of utilization, and the issues of management of this particular resource. And in addition to that, we have also been doing capacity building of the local communities that stay around this particular resource to be able to actively participate in the management activities. And we have also been doing the dissemination, and we have been making publications. And today, I've come with 1 or 2 publications, which I'll want to maybe share with the organizers of this particular forum, so that you are able to have a feel of the issues that we are tracing within this particular resource. Next. So these are some of the key issues that we are doing. Developing restoration technologies for degraded mangrove forests, seeing what needs to be done, seeing the issues of the areas to be able now to target in terms of planting, how it should be done, and what form of planting materials you need to use. Next. We've also been just over the same in terms of seeing the issues of spacing and all that. What kind of spacing do you need to apply to enable these mangroves be able to establish themselves well? And out of research, of course, we have seen that closer spacing of this particular resource enhances their sustainability and all that. Next, I've talked about building the capacities of communities. We have been going in, offering the trainings, and supporting the communities with the necessary inputs to be able to do the nitty-gritties of managing this particular resource. And some of the key issues is in terms of seedling production, so that the community is able to produce the required planting materials. We have also supported them in terms of trying to do the actual mangrove planting. Okay, let's go next. I've talked about the issues of pests and diseases. We have been able to carry out research to be able to identify what pests and what diseases attack this particular resource. And we are developing what we call the integrated pests and disease management kind of framework that we are using to be able to enhance the sustainability of this particular resource. Next. The second project is what we call the KAYA, and we call this the development of strategies for sustainable management of the KAYA forest for biodiversity conservation and livelihood improvement. And the KAYAs, just back, and the KAYAs which are biodiversity rich, these are sacred forests of the Michikenda community. And this particular community protects this particular resource mainly using what we call the traditional Michikenda culture. And they have what we call the Council of Kaya Elders, who employ a system of taboos and traditional rules to be able to protect these particular Kaya forests. And this is to enable this particular kind of resource to be able to be beneficial to the community and also serve that intended purpose to the community. And despite the importance of this particular resource also faces a number of challenges or a number of threats. And these include, one, the issue of the degradation or the erosion of the cultural systems. They also face the challenge of the high poverty levels and the overexploitation. And all this now is what is contributing to the degradation of the kayas and also the destruction of this particular kind of resource. And this are some of the wazees, what we call the kaya elders, who are charged with the management of the kayas. And these are some of the kaya forests, as you can be able to see. And the one on the far up on the left, on the right, is the kaya which looks degraded. Next. And for us to be able to enhance the usefulness of the kayas, we have been involved in a number of research activities and developmental issues. And these include, one, we have been able to assess the effectiveness of existing governance system in sustainable management of these kayas. We've also been able to undertake biodiversity assessments. We have also been evaluating the opportunities that are presented in terms of trying to develop the recreation and ecotourism facilities out of these kayas. We've also, out of the efforts, we have also been able to establish what we call the cultural villages. And one of the cultural villages that we have been able to establish what we call the Rabai Cultural Village for Ecotourism and Livelihoods. And we are also trying to establish what we call the biocultural heritage territory to be able to protect these kayas. And our initial efforts are geared towards protecting the 4 Rabai kayas. This is the Kaya Bom, the Kaya Fimboni, the Musimuvia, the Musimuvia, and the Musimuria in Rabai sub-county. And we are using what we call a participatory approach to be able to develop what we call as a biocultural territory that will lead to the, that will enhance the protection and sustainability of these kayas. Next. These are some of the activities that we undertake. Of course, training the communities that surround the kayas in terms of nursery seedling production. We also involve the surrounding communities in tree planting within the kayas. We also do some training of those kaya, the communities that surround the kayas and the kaya elders. And we also link up these communities with interested partners to be able to support the different initiatives that the community is initiating to be able to enhance the sustainability and usefulness of the kayas. Next. The third project is what we call Technologies for Conservation of the Tropical Lowland Forests and Woodlands. And this is one of the key resources in the region. However, these forests and woodlands face a number of challenges. And some of these challenges include the rapid population growth, the issues of the expansion of the agricultural activities, the increased encroachment, and all these will ultimately lead to the high rate of deforestation, the problem of degradation, and also they lead to the fragmentation of these particular resources, because you get people trying to kind of encroach and destroy these particular resources. These are some of the pictorial presentations. Of course, the first picture over there, you can see how people are pushing the forests through settlements. The second picture is you can see increased agricultural activities that have led to the destruction of the key kind of forest within that particular ecosystem. And equally the third picture, as you can be able to see. And then we also face the challenges of illegal cutting of trees, mainly for construction and extraction of the various materials. We also have the challenge of of the parking of some of the trees for medicinal purposes and other uses. And all these are heavily contributing to the degradation of our forests and our woodlands. Next. And what we are doing is we are involved in a number of research and development activities. And some of the key research and development activities is one, developing technologies for rehabilitation and restoration of the forests and woodlands. And this includes generating what we call the hilltop rehabilitation technologies. And out of this, we have been able to make a number of applications. We are also conducting the trials for enhancing the conservation of some threatened tree species. And some of the species that we are targeting include the Euphorbium tenensis, which we are made to understand that is endemic in the region, and is only 3 trees that are surviving. We are also undertaking ecological studies, and we are also setting what we call the PSPs to be able to monitor what we call ecological changes within these particular resources. Next. The other issue that we are also doing is developing the climate change adaptation technologies. And out of this is we have been able to develop what we call the biomass allometric equations for estimating the carbon stocks of the different kind of tree species that we are dealing with. Because we need to also be where the rest of the world is. And now people are talking about the issues of the carbon trade. So what we are doing is to be able now to see how we can be able to quantify the amount of carbon that is being sunk by the tree species that we are targeting. And then number 3 is the issue of developing technologies for the conservation of the water catchments. And this picture over here, you can see how some of our rivers are becoming. Initially, they were with water flowing, but over time, that flow of the water is reducing and quite a number of them have dried up. So what we are doing is to be able to develop technologies to be able to restore these particular resources to what they were. Next. Is we are also conducting the biodiversity monitoring and management. And mainly this one is focused on threatened species so that we are able to advance their conservation. Next. We are also doing capacity building because as much as we are doing research, we need to build the capacity of the communities so that they are able to actively participate in the conservation and management of this particular resource. We train them in terms of nursery management. We train them in terms of how to appropriately do the tree planting. And we also provide them the required materials and inputs to be able to carry out these intended activities. Next. The fourth activity, the fourth project is what we call the tree farming for livelihood improvement and increased tree cover. And this is a key area of focus because one, even the Kenyan Constitution has given greater recognition to this particular area for all of us to actively participate and lead to the enhanced tree cover. And we, as a research organization, we are focusing on some key areas which include the issues of genetic improvement, the silvicultural aspects, the issues of tree technology uptake, how can we be able to enhance the uptake of the different technologies and innovations that we are developing. Also the aspect of financing. How can the targeted communities be able to access the required finance and the required inputs and materials to be able to actively participate in these activities. We also look at the aspect of gender mainstreaming and how to be able to advance these as enterprises, how we can be able to make them become businesses so that people can be able to take them up as sources of livelihoods and as sources of the required materials, goods, and services to the economy. Also, the issue of development and promotion of species with a short biological rotation. The greatest area that we Kenyans, and I'll call it maybe the biggest sin that the Kenyans have, is always wanting a tree that will be planted today and it will mature tomorrow to be harvested, which never happens. Because when you look at the developed world, the trees they plant, they take over 60 years to reach what we call the biological rotation. But we are lucky, given our climatic conditions, a number of the trees that we plant will take about 15, 20 years to be able to reach that age. But we, the Kenyans, we are used to, we want to plant today and harvest tomorrow. So for us as a research organization, to be able to address your needs and to be responsive to your perspectives, is we are also doing research to be able to identify which are those trees and how can we be able to shorten the rotation period to be within that framework that you desire to have. Also, the issue of how we can be able to commercialize. And we have a number of trees that we have identified and promoting as commercial tree species. In the region, we have, of course, the bamboo. And I'm happy to note that we, as a region, we are the first and the only region within the country where bamboo has been commercialized. We have commercial bamboo plantations that people have put in their money, and people are now getting their returns out of the performance of those bamboo. We also have the casuarina, we have the melia, the tectona, and the arborea. Next. And some of the key issues now to be able to advance this is the aspect of the silviculture of these trees, what we call the agronomic practices. So we are doing some good research in terms of advancing the silvicultural practices of these trees, and this includes setting up the trials on nursery standards, seeing how we can be able to enhance the seedling production. We are also looking at the aspects of how we can be able to bring many more trees from the wild into the farms. Next. The other very important issue that we are also doing is enhancing the production of the high-quality germplasm. These are the planting materials, the issues of the seeds and the seedlings. And KFRI, as a research organization, is heavily involved in raising different tree species in form of what we call the orchards and the seed starts. And these are being used as the sources where they collect now that high quality seed that is passed over for tree planting. We also do train communities, next, in terms of raising the high quality seedlings. And this enables people to be able to plant the best materials on their farms. The thing that you need to note about trees is that you'll not be able to know the genetic makeup of the tree and how it's going to perform at initial stages. And that's why, as a research organization, we ensure and we give that guarantee that what you are going to engage in and the seedling that you are buying is what will give you what you desire to get at the end of the day. And these are some of the pictures showing what we are doing, training communities on how to produce the high quality seedlings. which include the high-value species like casuarina. I have talked about the mangroves, etc. Next. And in terms of tree planting, I talked about the clarion call, even in our constitution, that we need to actively participate in tree planting to be able to achieve the 10% tree cover. And it's unfortunate, it's noted that this should be achieved by this year 2022. And we as a research organization, we have also been putting our best foot forward to be able to actively participate in tree planting. And for us, we do this through 3 key areas. One, the issue of collection and distribution of the quality seeds, which I've mentioned. Then number 2 is raising the quality seedlings. And then number 3 is that we also actively participate in the actual tree planting. Now to sum up, and I've been able to present on the 5 or 4 projects, and allow me in conclusion to say this, that sustainability of the blue economy truly rests on forestry research and development, because there's need for energy and there's need for raw materials for driving this blue economy. And we need to note that good strides have been made in terms of developing the forestry technologies and innovations, which are available and ready to be applied in driving this blue economy. The other very important issue is that we have the mangrove forests, which really form what we call along the seashore. And this acts as a very important ecosystem in terms of ecological, the social, and economic benefits. The other very important issue is that we have these forests. We also have the beautiful kayas and woodlands and woodlands that act as a buffer to our water resources. These are also acting as sources of the raw materials, acting as sources of energy for driving the blue economy. And we all need to look at this area of forestry research and development as a key kind of ingredient in terms of driving the blue economy. And based on that, I think I'll be able to rest my case. I have, of course, I have 2 applications for us to be able now to drive the aspect of tree production in the region. We produced what we call a capability map. And this one is able to show you where to plant a tree. And this is very key for tree investors. If you are interested in tree farming in the region, you use this as your Bible. And KEFRI has, in terms of advancing innovation, has developed an app for what we call the tree site matching. Of course, this one being transformed from being a hard copy into an electronic form that you can be able to apply. You just click on your phone and all that, and it will be able to show you what trees you need to plant on your farm. I talked about the mangroves, which is very key. We have this booklet over here, which will be able to give you the basics about the mangroves and all that. And all these publications are available within KEFRI. And also they are available within maybe the key libraries and all that. Asanteni.
So thank you very much, Dr. Linus. And to that extent, I'm requesting the Chief Principal, Dr. Linus, please, to receive on behalf of the conference organizers these publications. Camera, please. Thank you very much, Daktari. And we have a few items. Now, we are running behind schedule. And as we planned it, there are activities that should have completed by now. It's 11 a.m. And I'm proposing that we go for tea. And we're going to be strict on time. Tea is served on both sides, the left-hand balcony and the right-hand side balcony. After that, please, you'll take 20 minutes, strictly 20 minutes, take your tea. Or we can even serve and have it inside here so that the program can flow seamlessly. After that, we'll have a number of paper presenters proceeding for paper presentation, and all others remaining in the conference will follow the proceedings of the history project, which will be presented by Mr. Kevin Ochieng and Madam Betty McKenna. So please feel free to take our tea. All the meals you are taking are prepared by our students, and most of the arrangements you're seeing here are our hospitality students taking their full role of being the next workers in the industry. So please also appreciate them. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. James.
Okay, mine is just a quick one from the presentation that we've just had. Thank you, Daktari, for your presentation on the role of KEFRI. I wanted maybe to get from you how you collaborate with the other government agencies, knowing that KEFRI is part of the team in government that does a lot of work on mangroves. Recalling that we have KEFRI that is doing quite a lot in terms of mangrove restoration. KWS is also a major stakeholder in that. And also the second one is concerning the movement or turning the findings into the practical things that we can train in our institutions, because many times we have a lot of research, but now bringing that research into practical training programs has been a key concern, especially in courses that touch on natural resource management, and looking at the role of TVET in terms of driving things like employment. How do we bring this research into practical training for our institutions? Asante.
Now, just before the question is answered, I don't know whether we can answer it now, or can you wait for plenary session and then you'll answer all the questions at that time? Kindly, please. Please, we will answer it after breakfast. Thank you. There's another question.
Thank you, Dr. Wekesa, because of that good presentation. My question or comment is on carbon trade. I would like you to elaborate further on this carbon trade, and also try to connect it with the role of TVET, because we are training institutions. What is the role of TVET in this? And then also, most of us in our homes, we plant trees, the potted plants. Do they play any significant role in the carbon trade? Then there is the mangrove. You say that it is 3% of our national forest. What is the standard is there about, like in Kenya, what percentage of that mangrove should we have so that we can have a sustainable maybe ocean or something like that? Then, on achievement, I would like to know, in terms of creating the talent pool so that we can be able to effectively manage or maybe even utilize the blue economy. What is your take? Is the training that is currently taking place in our institutions of higher learning, TVET included, are they really training for us the skills and developing the talent that we like to see? Because if you are talking about exploiting these resources, we also need to be knowledgeable in that area. Thank you.
Good morning. My question is, I can see you are involving a lot of community to do the planting for mangrove. What is the connection? How do you involve the TVETs and other associations for helping you to plant the mangrove? Because I come from the maritime sector, where we have the World Ocean Day, we have the Seafarers Day, we have Africa Day of Sea and Ocean, we have World Maritime Days, and these are, we're asking if we can partners and do the mangrove planting because we are part of the maritime. So I don't know how you partner in Mombasa, because I see a lot of your activity you are doing in Lamu, but if you can involve a lot of TVET, students and the associations of the maritime, that will be good. If you can map for us and tell us where do you have the shortage of mangrove so we can plant within the Mombasa County. I'm just speaking for Mombasa, I don't know the other counties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question is addressed to Dr. Osao. Daktari, I note with some concern, perhaps I could be wrong, I stand to be corrected, that some of the TVET courses do not seem to match the comfort of working class people. I'm speaking perhaps for myself. For example, I come from the area of business, but I have made some attempts to study some courses in marine as well as woodwork. I've actually even come to this premier prestigious institution before to ask for a course, but the courses of TVET seem to run for at least 3 years, you know. They don't seem to, I cannot match my timings with the courses that are being provided. I don't know if there is any solutions towards issues like those. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Godlisten Sumanje from the National Institute of Transport in Tanzania. The presentations from the doctor there concerning the development of and the protection of the mangrove and other trees. But I have seen the efforts of restoration and the planting of trees in our country there. The big challenge we are facing is sustainability of those trees after plantation because of climatic change. After the trees being planted, I want to ask the doctor if what are they doing to make sure the trees after being planted, they are cared to make sure that they grow well without being affected by the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linus Wekesa, for that very wonderful and comprehensive presentation. From your talk, I've seen a number of achievements and output. However, was just capacity building. I didn't see like you have students that you have mentored through all these projects you have done, good projects. I've just seen journals output, achievements in terms of publications. What about students who maybe will now take over the work as in terms of mentorship? You can comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pauline Karaoke from Nyandarua National Polytechnic. My question is, I want maybe transition rate, KCSE exams or so many challenges that TVET is poor perception, which was a great interest to me. What is the TVET doing in terms of, now fighting this poor perception of our young Kenyans to joining TVET? Is there any strategies, any policies in place where you can get to the community, or it is left to the institutions to?
An insightful presentation. I'm Elijah Ngoji from Nyandarua National Polytechnic. My forests and the mangroves. According to me, that is the perception is that the blue economy is mostly on the life under the water bodies. I thought, to me, I don't know, I started to be corrected, it was more of green economy. So, because how does the preservation now to conservation of life under the water bodies? So there is that link that maybe it has come out more of green economy as opposed to the blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mrs. Muley from the KCNP Council. I want to thank the last two presenters. I am sure you all agree with me that they really did a great job. I personally enjoyed those two presentations greatly. The first one, simply because I sit on the Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum and in a special task force on mainstreaming SDGs into our planning and implementation of our programs. So I really enjoyed the presentation. And then the second one, I enjoyed it because I'm a forester, I grow forests. But as we think about TVETs and the enrollment into the institutions at the moment, and all of us are singing TVET, and we must take our children to technical training. I'm wondering about, one, the numbers of trainers. Do we have enough numbers commensurate with the numbers of students that we are enrolling? Number two, do we have trainers with the required capacity to train those students so that they come out, they are properly equipped and qualified to take their positions in the industry or even in society? Or are we just giving mediocre training? I'm concerned about those two things, the numbers of the trainers and the capacity. And I believe that you would agree with me, there is also a need for a continuous improvement of those trainers. Is the government or whoever, are we concerned about equipping the trainers so that they can give us the best trainees or graduates who have trained in TVET subjects? Thank you.
So several questions coming in, and I'm sure there are even more delegates who may be having questions, but are still holding down. Now, I'll propose that we give the presenters time as we take tea. Then after tea break, then they'll be able to comprehensively, each of them will be requested to come in for plenary and answer the questions. Will as many of that opinion say aye? The ayes have it. Thank you. So let us break for breakfast. The VIP delegates will take to my right side, and all other participants take to the left side. Like I said yesterday, the food is the same, only we are trying to create order. Thank you.
Ramadan, I'm a painting, magala wanazani Shasha, meditating na tambla ya kimratish kuba kurumisha ngoko kama generator wendo kwa kosa kwa najileta leta unafunga long shot kama kila teta elevator kijana kadogo kakoina diseta wait a little
Juni weekend leo tuna mbleki hatuwezi kosa form buda kuna plan B tupitie peti tunyonye rori leo pelo si manyoya kuna pongi ni personality kadhaa si matembe Juma ngoko wanadai tu wakembe lesi kuni faxe ina uzembe niko kama chama
mapenzi ya moyoni mwangu joto baridi yanapeta kwenye hali kadiri ndo maana acha mtori nikupe nyama na kuniumizaga wala mie sizimi wanipende nidekeze maidi ndo maana chiti kidogo nikupe lana oh my oh na ukilikosa na feel shy watamna mizoka ya mapenzi haya oh no yeah oh my tena usijaribu mimi nitadai kunichezea kuniacha hiyo kitu mbaya oh no yeah see I got only eyes for you and I wanna put my hands on you me I cannot do anything back to you but I can't do anything back for you oh one number
Uhuru Gardens tuko jaba, wengine wako miti, zetu ni majama, zenu pikipiki. Leo tunaenda kanan, beba zigi mingi, kakuna mamadam, beba sidu mingi. Ni mimi hapo back left, paparazzi, wanaifanya ngumu kufanya sherati. Nakumbuka kabla nifuge manati, nilikuwa na wakunywa na ile koloni ya Versace. Squeeze a backseat, ilikuwa love seat, smooth na manual unafikiria ni automatic. Tint kwa window muadhara ndo hatutaki, hapa perfection tunaifanya bila practice. Mbele naona success, nafunga hat-trick, mi ndo the chef kwa hii joy tisha happy. Tangu tuingie kwa hii mchezo si ndo heartbeat, Nairobi City tunairan kama athlete. Dance tusijali, hatukujudge, hapo tu tusijali, hatukujudge, hapo tu
ni kuhando alafu katutowe loka kia mlango nituingize ndani ya box kama bali tulo siwezi kalikula tu kwa macho
That's why my baby say you make me jump like kangaroo. Handle me choke and body's what I do. Handle me on my baby go kankanye. Handle me chop up man ya kwakala. Handle me logo chankulota. Handle me chop up man ya tabaza. Handle me love is a money. Handle me that's why my baby say Andele oh na sudia
Ready for burn up warning, some boy splinter. Big up bad gal in a real life, nothing that. When the things start to come like a sprinter, hotter than lava anytime, even in winter.
Girl, let me see how you a bad. Sipping when you sit down pon the Jamie in a that. So me tell me, girl, let me see how you a bad. Smoking on you, black it, Jamie in a that. You so mad, girl, wine your body, yeah, bob for me, yeah, wine your body, yeah, bob for me. Girl, let me see how you a bad. Matting when you wine your body, yeah, me in a that.
I know she want me and she know the mechanic. Top girl tonight to the baddest officially. On the left side I got my cup, on the right radically. Can't rock it, set it unconditionally.
So me say, big man, I leave the things done. Close your eyes, girl, welcome to the Shatter Kingdom. Yeah, technically Gucci now look for wisdom. Big up every girl from Japan to London.
Ready for burn up warning, some boy splinter. Big up bad gal in a real life, nothing that. When the things start to come like a sprinter, hotter than lava anytime, even in winter.
Girl, let me see how you a bad. Sipping when you sit down pon the Jamie in a that. So me tell me, girl, let me see how you a bad. Smoking on you, black it, Jamie in a that. You so mad, girl, wine your body, yeah, bob for me, yeah, wine your body, yeah, bob for me. Girl, let me see how you a bad. Matting when you wine your body, yeah, me a strong.
Akona form, yende akona form. Pana skiza what is only kelele za chura kona form. Yende akona form. Pana skiza what is only kelele za chura kona form. Yende akona form. Pana skiza what is only kelele za chura kona form. Yende akona form. Pana skiza what is only from nothing to something the state niko useful kwa family nika mwiko mjini pepete wake tunika jiko shida zikinyona zinatoka jiko kwenye vitamedan tumedan bado ni medan pekilikuwa na nan akuna dan enda beba plan bela beba kan tuna kam fuata sana of kama nimemaliza I am done abadan by your grace niko ozone kama oxygen akili ni nywele zitu na locks inje zamanania zama ndani ya Yesu pana weka nos inje. Faida kwa Yesu weka loss inje. Vidole, dividole, vidole, dividole, vidole, dividole, vidole, dividole. Abona phone, yende akona phone. Pana skiza wapi zoni kelele kachura abona phone. Yende akona phone. Pana skiza wapi zoni kelele. Everybody do the shoulder back. Brand new style we call it shoulder back.
DJ Jontes.
Moonwalk and do the shoulder back. Stepping on the dance and do the shoulder back. A new style we call it shoulder back. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. Shoulder back, everybody have to do, have to do. All your friends and big up on the crew. No stepping on the dance, stepping on the show. Represent where you're from, show me where you do. Slowly bounce with it. Enough gyal a yell again, back man a did it. Back in the latest style, man a sell it. Stepping at the place, everybody have to feel it. Everybody have to feel it. They show me I steal it. Run it so me kill it every hour, every minute. Fresh new dance out a rock, we a sell it. Brand new style in the street, we a kill it. Stepping on the dance and on the shoulder. Everybody do the shoulder. Brand new style, we call it shoulder. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. Walk on the shoulder. Stepping on the dance and on the shoulder. A new style, we call it shoulder. Ambulance, kishonda muke na mapambulas. Ikunywe supu niske pandulas. Angiki isha, kena repeat. Dakani lebe wenje ambulance. Kishonda muke na mapambulas. Ikine shika niske Pata yende taka lebe niske
I need an ambulance, I need a girl them. This one select a bandy anthem. A doctor to come on the floor. Cause this girl a killer, she murder, she raw. No woman, no party, we said that before. I'm high and no high, but we want some more. Me hands on your waist and my stick on your drum. Teach me, just you like
a ambulance. Kishoda muke na mapambulas. Ikunye supu niske pandulas. Angiki isha, kena repeat. Dakani lebe wenje ambulance. Kishoda muke na mapambulas. Ikine shika niske Pata yende taka lebe Tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini. Twende juu kwa juu, juu kwa juu, juu kwa juu, juu kwa juu. Twende tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini, tini kwa tini. Twende juu, twende chini. Ukitoka shikilia chini. Wena mika 80 ama 40. Kacha kiuno kama una mashini. Misisi tena mita na machizi. Combination utachizi. Weka manzipo mani peleke misi. Ulede makona micro mini. Anakubamba piga Kiswahili. Kama umekwama fanya hili. Ete unanipenda suniso. Mimi nakupenda na unano. Yani ni sasa tuvunje roho. Ambia Sudi boy Agosto.
Unafaa kuona mtu wa Agosto. Achana na dini ataku njoo nikupe mapenzi moto. Sudani yaniandama, ndo maana nilikimbia katika injili ya baba. Nikimwona nitasimama. Shetani yaniandama, ndo maana nilikimbia katika injili ya baba. Nikimwona nitasimama. Wanipa nguvu kama Samson, na niko na wisdom kama Solomon. Nina dance kama David, na niko na imani ka Abraham. Shetani amejaa mjuu, niko na Yesu, hawezi nitisha mimi, niko na nguvu. Shetani amejaa mimi, niko na Yesu, hawezi nitisha mimi, niko na nguvu. Niko na sigoimbe ya Yesu, sigoimbe ya Yesu, sigoimbe niko na sigoimbe ya Yesu, sigoimbe niko na sigoimbe ya Yesu, sigoimbe.
Dangerous, 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 dangerous.
kadigiri dista chini kauchungulo ace chisa kadigiri dista chini kauchungulo ile kisida unaona ni kikubwa kwake ni kadigiri shida yangu kwake kadigiri magonjwa mbele zake kadigiri sijusi nebu kadinesa amedhani ni ufalme madu sema kuliswa nyasi miaka 7 na the real jack iwe goma noma nikisoma neno iwe noma noma nikipiga wera iwe wera noma tevo akileta shida TW tiga wanawe noma tiga wanawe noma tiga wanawe noma mele mana mabonde nimepitia re nikisukuma neno na bwana re nazochukire okay I want to love you every single day. I want to praise you every single day. Nikicheza ngoma, iwe ngoma noma, nikisoma neno, iwe noma noma, nikipiga wera, iwe wera noma, levo akileta shida TW. Tiga wanawe noma, tiga wanawe noma, tiga wanawe noma.
Hey, now bring it back activity. Now bring it back activity. Now bring it back activity. DJ, bring it back activity. Monday, TBT. Tuesday, TBT. Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, TBT. When I brought up, bring it back like a TBT. Missy Pop na Rom Kat, hata watu wa kahawa watati, na wale wakupenda chai washati, wangapi washa eat. Juu kuna venye nasikia sauti solo na dai wamekaliwa chapati. Bond up class, bombo class. Kuna venye hizo vitu mbili budas jai mix. Pointies. Sai kuna venye niko na mapanda feelings. Tanga shillings, keja convertible nilibomoa ceiling. PA unadai ni kujenge, nitakujenga aje mtu wangu na buda we si building. Na bring it back activity. Na bring it back activity. Na bring it back activity. DJ, bring it back activity. Monday, TBT. Tuesday, TBT. Wednesday, TBT. Thursday, Sunday, TBT.
Picha ninaanza sharata, picha ninaanza shawaka, picha ninaanza shachanganyikiwa, picha ninaanza sharata. Amini kama mana nipa mineso, yona na nipa mateso, shwela matena geto, tamna bendi gerezo, nakula kwa macho, 5-star girls in mchezo, emuona.
Dansi meshika mashinani, kila choche kila mtaani, dansi naleta burudani. Dansi meshika mashinani, kila choche kila mtaani, dansi naleta burudani. Odi in the church, come through, take your time, you know I feel rush. Hell kuna ban, heaven kuna bash, check if you wanna dance, odi dance, power, simple dance you can manage. How we catch any dance college, get this step with courage, now tell them feel like you just take on.
Miu weka pesa kwenye banki, kisha nacheka, utadhani votu hapana niko maji, utadhani mimi tangi, macho nyekundu, nimegeuza garangi, unanijua, ujinga mimi sitakangi, unanijua, taki miu wanaua, mimi nikamea, utadhani mimi maua, jina kubwa, nadhani unanijua, so kikundi serikali, basi nani ana swali, nani ngoma ingine kali, nani tamu kama sali, so miu weka, watoto tu mimi naweka, niko trifecta, niko gauge tunawaka na kuteka, kisha niingie Kenya tukuteka. Najifanya nimedoze kumbe naongeza gadoza, asubuhi ikifika narudi tu pale pale tu. Weka tena sana tuna weka tena sana tuna weka. Aya bang 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 one time, everybody bang 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 2 time, aya ga yang 3 time, yeah man.
Say Pee Wee that bitch.
Nimeokoka na inanibamba mbaya, Yesu ananibamba mbaya, ananibamba mbaya, bamba mbaya. Nimeokoka na inanibamba mbaya, Yesu ananibamba mbaya, ananibamba mbaya, bamba mbaya. Ananibamba mbaya, ananibamba celebration. We've been called for to show His excellence.
I want it.
All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am, I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power, I work in miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. I'm working in power.
Oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck, back am, body too correct. Oh, no, 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 any man don't forget. Money go back, oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck, back am, body too correct. Say she love me, and I love it. Sensima, why they for Benzema? Why you want $1 Sensima? This kind dance, you the dance, I'm doing the singing, you doing the dance. Oh, why you wanna do me long thing? She open us on you, why you do me something?
Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca body. Follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca body. Cause this your milky for front enough for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky na fighty, I saw me to look. Gelato honey, oh baby, sumoyo di. Baby, kona, waka waka when you enter Malicha. Baby, kona, will you give me sugar, wahala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa,
Let me tell them how the thing goes. How the thing goes. Okay. Chebe meka tamua. Sema tukina go join God. You want to bamba? You wanna chill with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get it, you the wrong, get enough with drink with a drop cup. Hey, so you see how the thing goes? How the thing goes? Oh, you tell me who blend you? And who? Alright, take it easy, and let's let behind the weight. Okay.
DJ Jontes.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my sunset. Follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody Samaritan. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go this see my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on, one sit down. I go just harder, come on, my jigger. I go just follow my lead. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm chicken dynamite. I'm blow your candle light. You know I'm just that type. No, I'm not fit you, my vibe. I still kiss me. What you know fit you, you know fit you, my vibe.
Wale twaluka.
Ewana ma.
Asi trap take pina takuka. Makodoro tumele. Kodoro tumele. Kodoro tumele. Kodoro tumele. Makodoro godoro tumelo kama godoro tumelo get shampoo. What's up with them? Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. What's up with them? Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. What's up with them? Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. What's up with them? Pagacharato. Shy baby. Ay oh, why you na you? Yo, why you na you? Ay oh, why you na you? I sit for get shampoo. Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. Pagacharato. I sit for get shampoo. Pagacharato.
Wake it and I'm dover, wake it and I'm dover, thou want us both. Wake it and I'm dover, wake it and I'm dover, kitchen I'm dover, kitchen I'm dover. Ay, baby, macho too, macho too. Ay, baby, macho too. Oh, lo, ah, la, la. Oh, lo, ah, la, la. Shy baby.
Hello. I'm Madam Agnes, and I just want to give us a small info. That is, in KSNP, we nurture youth talents. We have the Power Academy that nurture the youth talents, as you can see, the dancers. We also have singers, music, and drama. They are currently in Meru for competitions. We also have the DJs, is also one of our students. And also the ushering team and catering, they are all our students. Let's appreciate them. Thank you.
Just blow the whistle, don't fuss. Push away, we're so learning out here. He was getting a dish. Hey, shy baby.
kazuri joka kovero kishamsham kinyam kitamtam shuka na ngeo sezi mendata kapedo dem nikafupi kanapenda magendo ngoma nikandiliza makurutu kanga nimebaki shangwe kelele na nderemo shamra kelele na nderemo shamra kelele na nderemo kishamsham kinyam kishamsham sham kishamsham kelele na the beat
Siski niliambiwa ni muache Siski kamote painting ameniseti kamote mbele ya watu ni mpole
Looking at she kill the goat. Looking at she spend money. Something must to kill the man. Sawa. Looking at she miss the flight. Agent man who rebook the flight. I must do something tonight. Sawa. Her body sweet like chocolate. Well, make me don't let saliva. Let's go somewhere private and finish it in the way we start. Looking at she, I kill it. Looking at she, I kill it. Come on, got the size, I kill it.
Another banger. Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, no day for me, young girl. No, baby, come give me your lo.
Maisha ni yangu, we shughulika na yako. Napendeza kwangu, we shughulika na kwako. Mishipa mwingwi,
Thank you very much. The V-Power Academy. Those are our students. The Talent Academy. So they are dancers. Now, we are back for the mid-morning session. And so that we don't put off the fire, we'd like to start by answering the questions. So at this point, I will request Dr. Linus Wekesa to come upstairs for plenary. Daktari tafadhali. Please take your seat upstairs. And on the other hand, I will also request Dr. Ota Osawa also to come up. I know those are two parallel sessions. Those are two sessions, plenary, sorry. And we will start with Dr. Ota Osawa, because he was the first presenter. He will answer questions related to areas the delegates asked. Then after we have exploited that aspect of TVET and the blue economy and STI by Dr. Ota, then we'll give that opportunity to Dr. Linus Wekesa also to give more insights into the questions. So at that point then we are inviting Dr. Ota. Please, if you can intervene in the questions that were, the mic?
Okay, thank you. I already have another one here. Well, there were some, I think, 3 questions that required some clarification. Now, one of them was trying to find out if we have enough trainers and also their capacity. Now, one of the issues that I raised when I was making the presentation here is that in some of our institutions, we lack qualified trainers, and I stated especially our vocational training centers. However, in most of our technical and vocational colleges, as well as national polytechnics, we actually have very well trained and qualified trainers. Now, the TVET Act requires that all trainers are supposed to be accredited by TVET authority. And in addition to accreditation, after every 3 years, they are required to renew their training licenses. We normally provide them with training licenses, which are supposed to be renewed after every 3 years. And this renewal can only be done upon showing evidence of continuous professional development or industry exposure. Now, what I would like to indicate here is that when TVET authority came into being, initially we put a lot of emphasis on accreditation of the training institutions. And we are already in the process of accrediting and licensing the trainers. And them now to be able to renew their licenses, we will require that they must provide an evidence for continuous professional development. And this is what will only show that they are qualified and they are also embraced. They have also embraced technology, the current technology as it is in the labor market. Now, in addition to this, the government has actually tried to recruit a number of trainers. And even currently, we have a plan to recruit at least 3,000 additional trainers in the TVET institutions. And we hope that this will address any staff the TVET courses not the needs of the working class. Most of them taking too long, like maybe, yes. I don't know, I cannot see my friend who asked the question, but I'll just answer it, then once I meet him, if he has not got the answer, I can still explain. Now, for a long duration of time, the TVET programs have been the long-term programs taking 2 or 3 years for you to get your certificates. This was already being changed by the introduction of the CBET programs, the competency-based programs. Under the competency-based education and training programs, it is not a must that you must complete the whole duration for that particular course at diploma or craft level. What is usually tested is that after regular intervals of time, some of them taking less than 3 months, you are tested on the competency that you have acquired. And these programs are usually very flexible because it's not a must that you must be in class all through. You can, once some of the trainees can be able to acquire their qualifications at a shorter duration of time than others. It is much more flexible. Some of the trainees can possibly acquire their qualifications after 1 month. The same qualification for some of the trainees can be acquired after 2 months, after 3 months, depending on the time that you are given for that training program. So the competency-based education and training programs has made the training programs to be quite flexible. And as a result of their flexibility, it is not a must that you must take that long duration of time. You can be tested on particular competencies. For any particular overall certificate, there can be more than 4 or 5 competencies. So you'll be tested in one competency, you'll be given a certificate for that competency. Another competency again you'll be tested in, you'll be given a certificate for that. Then once you have completed all the competencies for that program, if it is a diploma program, then finally you'll be given the diploma program. But you can also be given partial certificate for all the competencies that you have shown that you possess. So at the moment, the TVET system has been made quite flexible. It is also important to note that the national polytechnics, the legal order which creates them, also allows them to offer certificates. And these certificates are recognized nationally and internationally. So if Kenya Coast National Polytechnic has identified an area where there are a number of people who would like to undertake that course, they can develop a curricula for that particular course. If it is a long-term curricula, once they have developed that curricula, they can bring it for approval at TVETA, and then once it is approved, it will be taken to the National Qualifications Authority to register it as one of the national qualifications that is given in the country. But at the same time now, the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic can also offer it under the CBET program, where they will be testing various competencies at various intervals of time, so that it does not have to take all the 3 or the 2 years that most of our programs have been taking. And that one is basically making those programs to be more flexible. It is also important to note that as Kenya at Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, there are also programs that they can also offer. And these tailor-made programs do not actually require accreditation by TVETA. For example, somebody could also only be interested in cake baking. The Kenya National Polytechnic can offer such a program so that the person can be given training. He will be tested to find whether he has got the competencies for that, and then he can go and work on any particular thing that he was interested in that particular area. So those are opportunities which are available, and they have basically made the CBET programs to be more flexible rather than taking a whole 2 years or 3 years to get a particular qualification. The last question was talking about the transition rate of the Kenyan youth to the TVET. And this is one thing that I explained during my presentation, to the fact that basically for a very long duration of time, we have had some negative perception. Now, this negative perception was actually historical, because the way the TVET system was introduced in the country by the colonialists was that people were given these TVET skills so that they could be used to serve the white colonial masters. And during those days, the colonial masters, they were not doing those TVET programs. As a result of that, when the Africans gained independence in Kenya, they felt that that type of program is for quite some time, people had a negative attitude towards the. We have already done a lot of rebranding, both the government and other stakeholders. There's been a lot of rebranding for the TVET programs to go programs. That number has actually been increasing. And as at last year, I think it was standing at over 5,000. It's continually increasing. And that ensures that the TVET is actually gaining increased popularity in the national sector of Kenya. I do hope that
on need basis, especially on curriculum. If you are developing a curriculum, you have to call the stakeholders to come and validate the curriculum. So we have held 6 Industry Advisory Board was established with the 90% representation from the industry, and of course, they are here to testify. We have 8 MOUs signed so far with institutions and industry. This is a target. We have already had 8. 30 members of staff underwent, sorry, there's a typo there. They did staff attachment. Student attachment is a continuous process because it's every other time we take students for attachment. We conduct tracer studies annually, every year, because that's also a deliverable. Every year we conduct tracer study, and this informs us on programs that are relevant and where our students are, what we need to change to meet the market demands. Next. That's a small picture showing our industry advisory board when we had an engagement with the PS and we had a stakeholder forum. This is our PS for shipping and maritime affairs. Of course, this is the board. This is a picture showing when we visited Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. Next. Of course, Betty can explain this better. This is a simulator for a vessel when we visited the Arab Academy. And of course, we have our rector from NIT when they came for the initial visit here, which culminated into this cooperation that we're having today. Next. These are Chinese institutions that we met way back in 2019. We are still collaborating with them as well. Next. Now, the third subcomponent is on market relevant CBET curriculum. For you to develop curriculum, you need to have a robust labor market survey done, which we did, and this has informed us of the curriculums that we have been developing. So far we have developed 7 curriculums, 3 short-term and 4 long-term, which have been approved by TVET authority, TVETA. And we are to implement them as from this September. So part of the curriculums are here with me. We have the occupational standards and also the curriculum. As you can see, one is on the cruise animator that Betty was talking about. Yeah, there are so many job opportunities for those who entertain people on board cruise ships. We have marine painting. Of course, we are working with the shipbuilding industry, and we need those painters. Another one is marine welder, which we have here. And of course, there are others. I just carried 3 as a sample. Next. Oh, just go back to the other slide, please. Of course, we have an e-learning platform which we are piloting. We talked of online training. We have developed an e-learning platform which we are sharing also with other institutions around. And this is going to help us, especially in the time of COVID and the future going forward. Next. Under training, this is the subcomponent 4. Number 4, we are supposed to be training staff. So far, we did a TNA for staff to determine their needs. And with that, we have trained heads of sections. We have trained heads of department or senior management. 13 members of staff were trained on project management. 6 members of staff were trained on public customer care. 4 members of staff were trained on sign language course. As you know, we have to take care of everybody. That is, we are safeguarding everybody. Then we also have taken 4 members of staff for an advanced project management training at ESAMI to enhance the project implementation. Next. Of course, there are long-term programs which we are sending people, of which we'll be sending people in September, abroad. Of course, there are other 2 who started earlier. They are doing naval architecture. One is doing naval architecture, master's in naval architecture from China, and another one is doing a program in logistics. Of course, going forward, this is the 5th component, upgrade of key training facilities and infrastructure. We have a bus there procured. We have awarded contract for equipment. Designs for building are complete, including ESIA, grievance redress committee established and trained. And of course, we said we have designed, but also we have advertised. From the last line there, you see we have advertised, and we are expecting to open our bids on 15th of June. The bid is still open. For those who have serious contractors, they can still bid. It's open. Next. Outreach, we thought of, now that county government of Kwale gave us 40 acres of land. We are trying to support Kwale by mentoring Ukunda Youth, Polytechnic, and of course we have done a needs assessment and we know what they want, so it's a matter of, we are in the process of starting to procure some things to support it in a small way. It doesn't necessarily have to be monetary stuff. There's lots of things that they have suggested which we are going to implement. Next. Of course, this is just a sample of pictures of some of the equipment we intend to have. Next. Now, this Industry Advisory Board has assisted us in so many things, but I've just picked a few. They have helped us develop 7, and some of them were sitting actually in the committees developing the curriculum. So they are very senior, yet they can humble themselves to sit and give their input in terms of the curriculum development. We had Robert Watene in the committees, we had Wasike and others as well. So those are the curriculums we developed. They assisted us to attach 30 members of staff. Actually, our target for the entire project on staff attachment was 30. We have already achieved the total target for the entire project. We have signed, I think now it is 4 MOUs with their support. Some of the MOUs we have signed with their own companies. Total MOUs are 8, but 4 are from them. Then we have, they have helped us organize 3 stakeholder forums, helped in attaching more than 100 students, helped with the recruitment of students on board vessels. Actually, Betty, you gave us 15 slots. Betty gave us 15 slots for our students during the recruitment for MSc. And we are hoping they are going to do us proud. Next. Now, I just picked a sample from PwC. PwC they are the ones auditing what we are doing in terms of achieving of the targets set by World Bank. We all know PricewaterhouseCoopers. They are a highly reputable institution. From this report, you can see we did quite well down there. That is a verification for year 3. We are right now in year 4, but this was for year 3 for the targets. You can see target number 1 is 2.1, that is on student enrollment. Target 3.1, I think, is on MOUs. Another one is on 3.2, is on, one is on what? There's exchange programs for staff. And you can see the one, actually the one in critical, the one showing a lot of black, that is 3.3, was the one for staff exchanges, which by then we are not done. So right now, in our next verification, we are going to get green or even blue. I hope you can see where Kenya Coast is down there. And of course, there are other DLIs like tracer studies, which you have done. Leading means the highest score. The blue leading shows the highest score. This is just an extract from the PwC report. Next. So that comes to the end of my presentation on ESTRIP. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I want to pass the mic to my vice chair of the IAB, to maybe, if she has a word, then she can pass over to the other panelists, and then we have the plenary where you can ask questions, then we'll be able to answer. Thank you. Of course, sorry, I didn't introduce myself from the beginning. My name is Kevin Ochieng. I'm the project center leader, like project coordinator, assisting the principal and the council to implement this project. Thank you. Betty, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Kevin. Before I speak, maybe I can give my colleague, team, and board, maybe they will speak 1 or 2, 3 before we leave it to panel, to anybody who has a question about the industry and the training and whatever Kevin have present to us as a project. My brother.
Yeah, good afternoon. No, I just wanted to say that it's such a pleasure to be part of working with the institutions of learning in this country. We have been there long enough to see the craze which came into this country, where people literally became mad about degrees, and everybody was running towards degrees. And we started missing the people who can do the job with their hands. And so this program, which actually helps develop people who can do work with their hands, is something which we take a lot of pleasure in, even where some of us work and we have the opportunity to employ. I will tell you for free that if I was to employ an engineer, I would prefer one who came from a polytechnic as opposed to one who came from the university. I can see the chairman of the council is not here. Because we find that they use their hands and they work. In the hospitality industry where I come from, the same craze came up, and all of a sudden we have so many graduates. Now, do you need a graduate to be a chef? Do you need a graduate to be a housekeeper? No. And what we are finding, I mean, you don't have to go far. Just go to the media world in Kenya and look at people like Churchill, people like Maina Kageni, and how much they're earning. And none of them, to the best of my knowledge, went to any uni. So we are so privileged and happy to be working with the institution, to be part of the curricula which has been developed. We're so happy to see that we are leading according to the analysis which was done by PwC, and we'll continue to work with you so that we can reach where we want to go. And listening to the conversations which were here yesterday, what we see are just opportunities. Yesterday, for example, we were told that an average Kenyan eats only 4.7 kilograms of fish, whereas African standard is 10. And we were told the Portuguese actually eat 50. Now we know that fish is more healthy than meat. But Kenya, the county which has got the most fish is Murang'a. Now those of you who know Murang'a also know that they actually don't know how to eat fish, but they seem to be producing it. So I think they are learning. The fish which is produced in this country is only 10% of our requirement. And that is how we are ending up having fish which comes from China, which is like soap. I don't know if you have eaten it. Ni kama sabuni. So sitting here yesterday and listening to the presentations and today, what I see are opportunities. And I think researchers are going to bring up all these issues. We put them on the table and we look for more solutions. Another one which gives us a lot of problem, Kevin, is right now in the coastal region, we have more than 50,000 crows, Indian crows. And they are a mess, you know, they are wasting people everywhere. And what I remember, the last time there was an effort to sort out crows was when they released waste on a head of state in this country. And for the first time, there was elimination of crows. So again, researchers, help us to be able to see what we can be able to do towards elimination of crows, because they are really a problem. I thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Watene. And my area is shipping management particularly. But before I went there, In the university, I studied socio-cultural anthropology. You can see the deviation. In competency-based training, and that's what we need, and I thank the government for moving to that direction, and I believe that's what's happening in such an institution. That's what we need, because the industry is no longer interested in so many people with doctorate, master's degree, undergraduate degree, and all that. It's not important. The industry is interested in whether you are able to do the job. And when we are developing curricula here, the industry is heavily involved, because it is the industry that will tell us what they need so that we can develop curricula to train people that they need. Very important. Now, I wish we knew this about 30 years ago. Kenya would have had no problem with employment at all. But still today, not only Kenya, but the region, we have a problem of we must move from high school to university and have a degree, then what? Then unemployment all over the region. We have so many graduates who are jobless. And if you ask them what they can do, they tell you, we can do anything. That means there's a problem. Get somebody from Polytechnic. Ask them what you can do. Tell you, she'll tell you, I'm a hairdresser. You know, I am a plumber. Blah, blah, blah. And that is what is needed. So we need to carry something out of this conference and go and preach the gospel, particularly to the people who have no information about such institutions and what is coming out of here, and how we can cut down on unemployment in these nations around this region. And that's the main thing. Number two, I just wanted to carry a message. In 1996, I book, and I believe, I don't know whether they've seen it. But get it? I don't know whether it's big enough for you to see. Have you ever seen that? Managing without? Try that. Make it as big as you can. Try to see that. That changed my life in 1996. Managing without management. Okay? I hope you can bring it up. The writer is Richard Koch and Ian Gordon. What we normally do and why countries of Africa cannot move fast is that we spend 80% of time talking in meetings and blah, 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 and retreats. 20% trying to implement. It should be the other way around, that we spend 20% of time in meetings and conferences and talking, and 80% actualizing what we have learned. Okay, you get into details. When you read this book, it will change your life. I know many people from the region are not readers, but try and get that one. Sit down and try and read. It's going to transform your life. I normally don't agree with many people when we go to meetings, because I'm always in a hurry to leave the meeting, because I want to see, why are we here? What do we want to, what is the output, so that we can go and implement? Even my bosses always have a problem with me because I'm not too much. I only want to pick the main things and we get out. I want us to go into the operation side. So what are we trying to say? Can we train people here and then hand them over to Betty so that they can go and work? Instead of training people to finish Form 4, to go to a university for 4 years, then come back here to look for courses that can give them a job, having wasted a lot of time. So we need also to transform our minds and preach this gospel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. Let me give you a case study where government, when they signed the MOU with the shipping company and they started recruiting, the people from university, they could come to the interview and they could be asked, which position are you looking for? And they say, any job. And I could ask the degree level, what is any job? We don't have anything called any job. But when you got people from TVET, technical colleges, people with diploma, people with certificate, they will come and say, I am a cook, I am a pastry, I am a housekeeper, I am a cleaner, I am a steward, I am a fitter, I am an oiler, I'm an electrician, I'm an engineer. They will speak their career direct. And what we are also lacking in this institution is we need more assistance as employers. When you're training these courses, please try to help them on CV writing. CV writing, we have a problem of CV writing in this country. We have issue of English too. I know one of my peers, she spoke about English, and it was a political. It was put in the newspaper, it became political. Because this employer, let me tell you, in the ship industry, we cannot, once we do you interview, you pass, we will give you a test of English online. That one, you can't go away with it. If you fail that English, then we don't give you opportunity of the jobs. You can't get. So we need to create, on your subject, at least CV writing and English, the same. The other thing, we have courses in the hospitality which maybe you have never touched as TVET. I know you don't train pool attendants, but we need them. You don't train stewards. People wash utensils in the kitchen, but we don't train them. Then we need to do a research on maritime opportunity of jobs. Can we do a research and look at, as Kenya or as East Africa, which are more related to TVET opportunities of job? Because a degree level is another career, and when it comes to technical courses, that is where we are looking for. Because this recruitment is going on every day. So people are applying for this opposition. So if you have people in the hospitality position, industry, or they have experience in the hospitality, in the technical, these opportunities are online. So you can apply and get the opportunity of the jobs. I want to say thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you, the board, to give us opportunity to be part of you, to feel that we are relating between the courses and the employer. Whatever employer wants, and that is what we give. Thank you, Kevin.
A round of applause for the team. This is what we call industry-driven. They are the ones driving the learning, starting from identification of needs to curriculum development, to the implementation itself, and then to the employment. It is all market-driven. So, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open. If you have any question you want to raise, so that they can answer. Or if you have a question to me as well, we can answer. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Kevin, and also our board members from the industry. My first it's a concern, or maybe an issue I want to direct to Madam McKenna. You talked about you are partnering with our body on the issue of litters. And that is good, because we are talking about how do we sustain the resources that we want to exploit. But litter is a visible pollutant. I wish something can also be done, or something is being done on the invisible pollutant, like the soaps, detergent, and the chemicals that goes into our oceans, our water bodies, and even kill the whatever life is there. Then we know God created. I don't know whether you want to believe, but for me, I know. You know, believing here it has some element of doubt. So we know God created, and I think creating is, you have to be hands-on. And that is why maybe God even gave us our hands. And what we are saying here is that any career that involves our hands, and that's why maybe our hands are important apart from maybe moving and locomotion, is that they are good careers. And we need to tie this one to innovations, because innovations, they have aspect of commercial. You create product, interpret research, and create product. And it is a good way that we are emphasizing on the need to train on courses that are purely technical, so that from there, even as we try to innovate now, we have people who can now be able to work on our product and even convert those research, the ideas into product and services. Thank you.
Next question. I hope we are taking notes. The gentleman there.
Yes, my name is Jacob from Nyandaro National Polytechnic. Thank you, Betty and your team, for the wonderful presentation. I just want to know whether what I have seen there is mostly on big water masses. I would like also to know whether you are interested in the small water bodies like rivers. I'm asking that because currently we have a lot of pollution in our rivers, yet we know that in some places those rivers are very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you again for this team for the presentation. My question is about industry, TVET being industry driven. CBET is bringing that new dimension, but in my institution, I don't know whether it happens with other institutions, we've had a real challenge engaging people to participate in the industry advisory committees or councils. What would be your take home for me to be able to engage industry better? Because they come in and are like, they wonder what is in participation for them, and generally show very low participation. What would entice them to participate better? Thank you.
Thank you. I think my name is James Washira from Wildlife Research Training Institute. I first wish to appreciate the team. I think one of the things that I would want to appreciate so much is seeing the Industry Advisory Council and also having seen the output from the linkage between the industry and the training institutions. I think that is something we carry back with us. Because we also feel that that's the way we can create training programs that really feed back into the market and ensure that our graduates go back and find places of employment or even self-employment, looking at the gaps in the industry. The other thing I would wish to appreciate so much is Madam Betty for the presentation too. I think yesterday we were being challenged that sometimes researchers come up with facts, but then you need advocacy people like yourself. And from what you're presenting, I think I could see a very good way of having that dimension of advocacy in terms of lobbying for these positions. As you're speaking about the opportunities in the marine sector, I think one of my questions was, now that we have a big gap that cuts across both men, women, and your body is more focused or oriented towards the girl child, why don't you turn that message and also push the message down generally to everyone, because many of us don't know. Maybe this is the first time we are seeing the opportunities that come with shipping and all that, and not just for the coastal communities, because we come from Naivasha and we have one of the freshwater or the largest freshwater lakes that also I could see opportunity in whichever industry that would come with maritime or shipping or something that is related to boats. So mine is just a request that WOMESA doesn't just focus on women, because I'm sure that many men also don't have that or don't know about the opportunities that are there in these industries. Asante.
Hi, this is for Madam. I'm Sharon from Kabete Polytechnic. Since you advocate for the girl child, my question is, when you mentor the girls in the schools, do you also inform them whether the packages for compensation once they get employment in the blue economy, are the packages similar for both men and women, or there's a preference for men since it's largely occupied by men? And secondly, the recruitment process for both the girl child and the boy child, is it the same, or you have a process that's different for the girl when you're recruiting, and a different process for the gents? Thanks.
Kindly say your name and the institution you're representing. Thank you.
My name is Chris Omonde from KSN. Okay, back up my colleague of gender mainstreaming. You're relying so much on the girl. So are there policies? My question is, are there policies or measures that are put in place so that the project is not termed as bias? Thank you.
We have a hand here and the other side as well.
Thank you, the trio up there, for what you are doing and what you have shared with us. My question or my comment goes to Betty. I am wondering, the advocacy, so that more and more of our young people know the opportunities that are available. How far are you able to extend that advocacy? And I'm sitting here thinking about my old school, my high school, schools up country. I'm wondering whether you're only thinking about schools that are near, or schools that are within the coast region, people who are near water bodies. What about the rural areas where, you know, those people, those children can also have their eyes opened and take the opportunities that are available? How can we improve the advocacy so that we cover the country? Because there are children who would make use of these opportunities all over. There are children who've never seen water, but that is not to say that they cannot work in blue economy. So how are we extending this to them?
Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Otieno Nyangor from the Kisumu National Polytechnic. I have two issues. One, I am impressed with the presentation on women on TVET. I mean women in marine. There is one opportunity which I would like to bring to your attention, because in the TVET industry, we also have women in TVET. Is it possible that as part of your advocacy, moving around to girls' schools, you can also tap into the Association Women in TVET and also use it as one of your platforms to be able to advocate for our girls in TVET to be able to participate in marine. Because we realized marine is not just one profession, but several professions if you look at it. Because you are able to show us people in marine but doing police, shop stewards, and all sorts of courses. So I think this could be one of your platforms that you can use. Two, I would also like to ask that how is Kenya Coast managing in the use of sharing resources for learning? Because I understand that the learning equipment and machines are very, very expensive. And even the money given by World Bank on ISTRIP, I'm sure is highly inadequate and cannot even be 10%. How are you grappling with the issue of sharing resources with the industry other than just going for industrial attachments, but sharing real time whereby you are able to send some of the courses, send some of the lessons which you require to do with industry. Otherwise, I would like to congratulate Kenya Coast through Kevin for the hard work done. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I think we can answer the ones that have been asked. In case there is any more, we can still take. We are also considering that, I think, Mr. Njoga, when will you be leaving for lunch? It's lunch already, right? So will we be answering after, or they can answer it? Okay.
Thank you. Now, in order to go deeper into discussions, because we transferred paper presentations to another parallel session, to another room somewhere, we can answer the remaining questions in the afternoon. So for now, I think it would be important we stop at that point.
So thank you very much, colleagues, if I may use that word. And thank you very much, Industry Advisory Board. Njoga, you can advise on the lunch.
Thank you. Now, there was an oversight somewhere. When we just came back from break, there was a new guest who came in, and it was important that we introduced him. Dan Odanga, the Regional Director, TVETA, joined us just after the break. Karibu sana, Dan. Then there's some few communications. One, certificates will be issued to all paper presenters. They are in signing. Once the council chair has signed this part, we will be able to release them for all the paper presenters. Then, just like we did it yesterday, food is ready, and we'll take it at the same venues in our hotel and hospitality department restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we may now proceed for lunch, if I'm not wrong.
for instance, if we are preparing online content, we should avoid a lot of junky reading and a lot of wordy PPTs and so on and so forth, and probably incorporate simulations and videos and probably use of images to pass knowledge. Next. Now, under the research methodology, this study applied descriptive and inferential statistics, and I used a questionnaire whose validity was tested through piloting of 10 respondents who did not take part of the main study. And from the pilot, the consistent or the Cronbach's alpha was 0.887, which according to Mugenda and Mugenda 2003 is a good reliability, which tells us that we can rely on that questionnaire to get insight, to get information, and to get important data from that. So that's how the validity of the questionnaire was tested. Further, we used proportional stratified sampling to sample 36 TVET trainers from 3 TVET institutions who took part in this study. And these are the findings, these are the research questions that were employed in this study. And number one was, what is the competence level of TVET trainers in Kenya in the use of ICT in teaching, learning, transaction? The next question was, what is the attitude of TVET trainers in Kenya on the place of ICT in learners' behavioral change? The other one was, for this, the two last questions were which were tested. And the first one was, is there a significant difference in the perception of usefulness of ICT in teaching, learning, transaction by TVET trainers in Kenya, categorized according to gender, department, educational level, and training? And this was, the hypothesis was, there is no significant difference in perception of usefulness of ICT in teaching, learning, transaction by TVET trainers in Kenya, categorized according to gender, department, educational level, and training. And the last one was, is there significant and application of learning? So these are the findings that we came across in this study. And with regard to competence level of TVET trainers, the respondents disagreed to have knowledge with online marking and data management procedures. And this one, I think, is agreeable and is something that we know it's true, because for all this period that we've had COVID-19 and the shutdown and close down of schools, only a few, and I think universities, have been able to do online examinations successfully. No TVET institution has been able to do that. Then, on the other hand, the trainers tended to agree to be competent in the use of PowerPoint programs, Excel program, Microsoft Word, online search procedures, and internet programs. I know that is a basic knowledge, and most of the TVET trainers have that knowledge. On the attitude of TVET trainers in Kenya on the place of ICT in learners' behavioral change, most of the trainers noted that the integration of computer technology brightens up the teaching, learning sessions. That is, the learning sessions become enjoyable and the learners enjoy learning and interacting with the systems. And the other finding was that integration of these technologies make learners actively involved in the teaching learning transactions. They're able to interact with the learning environment. The other findings under the same is that the use of ICT in education or in learning and teaching raises learners' curiosity, makes learners more engaged. It also reduces teacher domination. That is, the teacher is like a moderator or just controlling the class but not dominating everything. Then it also spins up learning interactions and increases the rate of learner-to-learner interactions and learner-to-teacher interactions. On whether there is a significant difference in the perception of usefulness of ICT in teaching amongst trainers in Kenya, categorized according to both groups agreed that ICT integration is useful in teaching learning transaction. And the significance was there is no significant difference in the perception of usefulness of ICT in teaching learning according to gender. Next. And the category according to education level and competence in ICT, these trainers, that is 0.273, suggests that the difference of mini scores in perception is statistically insignificant. And thus, both groups, that is those with ICT knowledge and those without, regard ICT important in education. So the null hypothesis was also accepted. Then the other question was whether there is significant relationship between competence and application of ICT in teaching transaction. So in this question, we wanted to know whether a person who has gone or who is competent in ICT in education, are they able to teach, or are they willing to be able to move to the online mode of learning? And there was a positive and a very strong relationship between competence and application of ICT in teaching learning transaction at 0.01 level of significance. And this implied that the higher the competence, the higher the likelihood of educators to integrate ICT in teaching and learning transaction. And that is a communication to the policymakers and the leaders of TVET institutions that if we are to move fully to blended or to online learning, then trainers should be fully equipped with ICT knowledge in education. And this study concludes that TVET trainers are competent in the use of PowerPoint, Excel, Microsoft Word, and online search procedures like Google and internet programs. However, although majority of the trainers have gone through ICT training, they lack the most important skill of online marking. These trainers cannot be able to mark or to assess trainees online, and they cannot be able to manage data online. The other conclusion was that the study established a positive and a strong relationship between a trainer being competent in ICT and their likelihood of teaching online successfully. And therefore, this is my final conclusion, that it's true that integration of ICT in learning teaching transaction brightens up sessions, makes learners to be involved in the whole learning and teaching transaction, and they raise learner curiosity, and of course that will lead to more learning, and it makes them more engaged, reduces teacher domination, speeds up interaction, and increases the rate of interaction among learners and between learners and trainers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for your presentation. Now, I'm giving chance to the participants and the delegates to react and give their input to the presentation. Thank you. This,
Thank you very much for the presentation. You have done good work in that particular area. However, as we listen to it, we must also try to make some improvements on areas that we do not either get very clear or need some clarification. Now, I've been going through your abstract, and one of the things that I've noted is that in your abstract, ideally, you're supposed to explain quite well the target population. You're supposed to talk about the sample size if you did work with a sample. And also, you must also clearly state how you manage to get your samples. So those are the issues that I've seen are missing in your abstract. Now, again, when I check through your abstract, I can see that the only objective that I can possibly see is that this study explores the relationship between ICT-based training and behavioral change among TVET trainees. That's the one which looks the objective in this. But when I check on your findings, the findings is now talking about trainers, but your objective seemingly is just talking about the trainees. So both the findings and the objective should actually be matching. And again, when I was checking on some of your conclusions there, they are not matching with the objectives of the study. So I think that's something that needs to be worked on. And then there's another issue that you have come up with certain findings. Now, whenever you come up with findings in any particular research study, it is always important that you compare the research that you have found with other similar research studies, so that you can either say that the findings that were obtained here were this and they were consistent with the findings which was found by somebody else. Then somebody will now see that, because when you're doing a research, if you're not the first one to do that particular research, then you should be building on knowledge, so that you don't just say this, maybe somebody else had also done the same thing. So you must be able to compare that the findings were either consistent. In some cases, the findings might not be consistent. So those are issues. Whenever you come up with some research findings, you do some comparison, whether they were consistent with another similar work that had been done, or they were not consistent. And then finally, this one I did not get it very well, but so I will not ask a question on it. I just heard that there's a certain null hypothesis that was accepted. But since I did not get it, I did not ask any question on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind input. Do you want to react? Okay.
Thank you very much for your research. Actually, it is important that we integrate ICT in our training. I looked at your Dell's experience, and you have clearly spelled out that 90% of learning takes place through simulations and doing. Now, you also, in your recommendations, recommended that trainers should do some training in Microsoft Office programs. It has proved in the past very difficult to offer or migrate technical training to an ICT or online program. Like if you want to be an engineer, more or less you'll find that most of the theory work is what a lot of our trainers are doing online. What would your research recommend on such a case? Because we're talking about TVET, we are talking about competency-based. How are you going to migrate competency-based education to our online platform? And how are we going to make that kind of training be recognized? It may be a little bit off from your research, but what is your thinking? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can respond to the two before I forget. So thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry, I do not know your name, so let me just... so the first question that you asked about my research objectives, that I talked about trainees, and later on what you're seeing is the trainers. The objective was about getting what integration of ICT is its importance in changing the behavior of trainees. And this is according to what is being reported by their trainers, not according to what the trainees feel. Again, that could be a recommendation for future researchers to look at, to maybe do a research on the trainees, on their experience with online learning. And this could maybe be a test of trainees who have gone through the online learning and the experience that they have had in the online learning. But this research was mainly based on the feeling of the trainers on what ICT in education can do to change the behavior or the learning behavior of a learner. I hope I've answered that. I don't know whether you're convinced by the look. Okay, and then the other question that you asked was about comparing what the other researchers have done and my findings. The comparing or the comparison, I've done it in the literature review. I've done the literature review. Sorry? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Maybe it's a point I missed. I accept that. I will improve on that. And then on the questions of Mr. Odanga, the ones that he has asked, that it's true, engineering, personally I'm a trainer in mechanical engineering, and I know it has proved to be very difficult to move the engineering courses online. It's true, it has been very difficult. But again, the ministry and also TVETA are working hard. Like, I'm sure you're aware of a project that is being done by COL through the Asia Pacifica University, training engineering trainers on how to prepare content that can be delivered online. It's possible to teach engineering courses through simulations and use of videos, but again, these trainees must be given time to interact with the real environment, that is the real workshop environment, for them to be fully competent. But when you teach a trainee using a simulation and a video, this trainee can be able to watch over and over the simulation and understand before they go to the real workshop and be able to execute that particular action. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I especially appreciate your passion for ICT in teaching, as I can see how you're explaining how to use ICT in teaching for even teaching mechanical engineering. I have maybe one or two clarifications or suggestions. One question, the first is a question: what was the value of Dale's cone of experience to your entire study? Then how was behavioral change measured? Because just like Daktari, listening to your presentation, I think you sort of went into perceptions of the trainers about whether ICT is indeed important, but I got lost somewhere because I didn't seem to see behavioral change anywhere in the rest of your presentation, other than what teachers were saying about ICT. Then a recommendation, a suggestion rather, I see so many variables in one hypothesis. Gender, I agree with Dr. on some of the conclusions, because you had a conclusion on lack of skills in online and online marking. Didn't see anything that led to that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I start with the question, the value of the Dale's cone of experience in my study. The reason as to why I used the cone of experience was to bring out learn by maybe a lecture in class by talking and use video, if I use images, if I use images, which can be done either in online platform or just in a class, because integration using a laptop. That is ICT integration. I can go to class with a laptop and probably a simulation for that matter, or a video that I will play to my learners. Trying to show the importance of using search in a teaching learning interaction, and the importance that learning to brings. I hope everyone is okay. Then on using many variables, it's true, I agree. I accept this on training and ICT competence. I agree with you. I should arrange the variables. The other question, if I got you, is about the competence of trainers. I said that these trainers have knowledge on PowerPoint, that is Microsoft's Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, Excel, and so on and so on. But they lack the online marking knowledge and data management. That is the data management of trainees, probably keeping a record of attendance, keeping a trainee progress record via online could be a problem to these trainers, sorry. I don't know whether I left anything out. Okay, thank you. How the behavioral change was measured is from the perception, let me call it perception, of these trainers who are training the trainees. And that one I accept is true. More research, and I'm promising here that I will do that. More research should be done, giving questionnaires or maybe interviewing the trainees themselves. That one I accept. Thank you.
Maybe you allow me to ask a few questions. You have given us a very good presentation, but then I don't know whether you did due diligence in terms of trying to do your literature review or background study, because as you rightly say, quite a number of these are online learning and also examination. So in your study, I don't know whether trainers that you are talking about were trained on particular applications for online teaching examination, presentation, or expected them to use the ordinary ones like PowerPoint and through which type of medium to reach the students? That one is not clear. Because in my opinion, if the trend in terms of delivery, then in terms of examination, it is the same. It will be very smooth. So maybe we just have
female participation in a blue economy, together with looking into the challenges which are faced by these students and the ways on which to get away with the same challenges. Next, we have the objective of the study. Sorry, before the objective, you have the introduction, whereby the blue economy is a relatively new concept and that focuses on the sustainability of the ocean economy, and it therefore promotes growth, social inclusion, job creation, improvement of livelihood, increase food production from the sea, while at the same time ensuring environmental health of the sea. That is as per the study which was done by the Shields and Hicks in 2019. Then the objectives of the study. So I'm having two objectives. The first one was to determine the influence of modern teaching and learning on the development of employability skills in the blue economy among female trainees in Tibet, Kenya. And the second one is to find out the challenges which are faced by these Tibet institutions while offering blue economy courses in Kenya. Literature review, which is the next slide. According to Mommsen 2010, gender mainstreaming is widely used, and most of the time it is misunderstood. Sometimes it is mistakenly to refer to only sex or one gender, and even others refer it as to only women. So for my research, I used the explanation according to Rolleri 2012, whereby he defined gender equality as a socially conditioned whereby women and men share equal rights and a balance of power, status, opportunities, and rewards. So it can be broadly optionalized by men and women having equitable access and the use of resources, and also participating in a relationship in matters to do with the household, the community, the political arena, and the safety of freedom from violence. So the positive side about the blue economy on women, according to Mita and Robertson in 1997, is that women can attain extended job and training possibilities with the rising of new jobs established through technology. Can you just go straight to slide 13, please? There was another study which was done in Margarine in Kilifi about the fishery, and in this case study, out of 2,735 of the project members, women account for 40% of the workforce, but only 25 to 45 in the executive position. That's meaning that there is still an existing gap whereby women are not venturing into the executive positions. So their key role was in processing and trading only. So the gendered tradition position is for men to conduct fishing, that was a continuation, fishing operations, for reasons of physically demanding work that is involved in fishing operations and insecurity felt by women while in high sees. Methodology, I used qualitative method to collect data, whereby open-ended questions, semi-structured interviews, where the semi-structured interviews was the main tool. And to complement these, observation and field notes was also used, which is the secondary, supposed to be secondary type of data collection according to Patton. Fishing trips at the inter-ocean was also conducted to support data collection methods. My population comprised of 200 students from 2 TVET institutions in Mombasa, that is Bandari and Itum, which are TVET institutions, and where they have already started the blue economy courses. Proportional stratified random sampling was also used from each of the 2 institutions. So the sample comprised of 32% female and 68 male. And again, as you can see, the female percentage is less compared to the male percentage. Findings, majority of the students indicated that they used the workshop only once in a week, which was 1.68, that is a mean, not a percentage. And this is perceived as a problem since TVET education is supposed to be practical skills acquisition oriented, meaning that TVET students should spend more time for practicals to be competent. Under further research, proposed that for our countries to succeed in skills development, matching the skills supplied with the demand in the labor market is very important. Further findings that the students were confident in getting a job after they graduate from their education, which I got 2.2, a mean of 2.2. And this shows that whatever they were being taught in college was relevant with the expectation of the labor market. Another finding is in line with the widely accepted belief that education and training for productive employment is vital for economic and social development. On whether the TVET students had acquired employability skills, which would enable them fit in the global market or in the industry, majority of the students believed that they had acquired the desirable employability skills, such as interpersonal skills, logical thinking, 2.14, ability to work in the team, 2.035, critical analysis of 2 mean, and specialized knowledge of 1.91. These are internationally accepted skills for the labor market, hence showing this TVET education in Kenya is on its way in achieving internationalization. Challenges faced by the institutions offering the blue economy courses. Next slide, please. Next. So, challenges are faced by institutions offering blue economy courses in Kenya. From the finding, majority of the students were of the opinion that they encountered problem in paying their school fees. College had inadequate number of trainers, and then there was lack of enough sensitization on the courses they take. About the industrial attachment not being taken serious, it was found that some of them were not assessed during the attachment period. And according to a research which was done earlier, industrial experience prepares the students for dynamic, real-life employment situation, cultivating their aptitudes and attitudes, adaptive, interpersonal, and collaborative skills, which enable them function well in the world of work as accepted. Conclusion, TVET sector in Kenya has remained the main source of middle-level labor force for country's economy. So according to these findings, this study revealed that TVET institution in Kenya had been revitalized through the provision of modern teaching. We have had a lot of online teachings and learning where teaching and learning equipments have been employed, hence bringing about the provision of quality training leading to employment. There's also been a collaboration between the TVET institution and also the local industries, which led to provision of industrial attachment. Further, the collaboration has changed the image of the TVET in Kenya due to the improved quality of the programs offered in TVET. The study also reveals that some of the trainers had already started their pedagogy training, majority being at KTTC, to acquire the training skills which are needed to assist the learners. And then recommendation. The first recommendation is stimulating interest among female students in the blue economy related courses at an early stage, as early as in primary and also secondary level, for them to be able to see the essence of the blue economy. And another recommendation is the government should increase TVET funding. We know the TVET fundings are there, but that area has to be revisited so as to reduce the amount of school fees payable by TVET students, and support be given to female who pursue blue economy courses so as to remove the gap between the male and the female students, which leads to gender imbalance. Then through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology should also put policies in place for female students to start blue economy fields at early stages of learning. Then another recommendation is that researchers are encouraged to sample motivate colleges. We know it is not only in Coast or in Mombasa where blue economy courses are offered. We have even in Western countries where the blue economy. So research is encouraged to do more sampling of TVET colleges to be included in the study. Also, the study relied mainly on the information which we are given by the students and the data which was collected by the researcher. So recommendation is that probably in future, teachers should be included, the college heads, the educational stakeholders, people working at a grass level, those connected with the blue economy, and people working at the State Department of Fisheries. And also the blue economy, so as to get a wider view of the real situation in the TVET college. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felista, for such a gender-sensitive presentation. Now I'm giving this chance to the delegates and the participants to give their remarks, inputs, and ask questions, should there be. Let's make them brief and be time conscious. Thank you. At least one question is just enough.
Thank you, Felista, for that wonderful presentation. I'm Jacob from Nyandarua National Polytechnic. Okay, I was trying to look at your work to see whether you have talked about maybe this an issue of culture that discriminates against women in this place. I don't know, but I thought maybe you'd have mentioned something about the culture. How does it support women in the blue economy? As we are talking of funding, another issue is, are we sure that if we are going to increase the funding to activate institutions, that one will go a long way to ensuring that females participate more in the blue economy? Are we sure about that?
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, it's just a comment or an observation. I've realized there are quite a number of presenters who only have listed themselves as authors. So I'm wondering whether this work was done alone, without supervision, and if you had a supervisor, then I suggest that your supervisor should be also listed as an author. And this is important because supervisors usually help you shape your work in terms of the research work that you are doing, and in terms of the write-up, and even in terms of the quality of the presentation. And I suggest that for the presenters who are coming by, try to be clear and just link the objectives to the output, okay? So that we save on time without taking us through literature review and a lot of wordings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Felista is your name? Felista?
Yes.
Yeah, you've done quite some good work. However, I try to scan through the entire document and relate it to the topic, and I find a disconnect. I was expecting to see data showing the gender with regard to STEM versus the liberal sciences in your findings. Yeah, I was trying to see how, because you see gender basically as you had defined it, we look at even the people living with disabilities, we're looking at people, the female, the male, yeah? But when you go along, you most likely you find that you are not mentioning anything about the gender. Actually, we went a little bit off the mark. So maybe we may want to redefine our topic, my view.
Thank you, Felista, for the presentation. I'll not make a lot of comments, but just as you have been advised earlier, this work actually requires some revision. It requires quite a good amount of revision, because when I was checking on what you're presenting as the findings of your study, they are not consistent even with the heading of the title of your study. So I think there's need for some revision to be done so that they become consistent. Then although you are talking about blue economy, what I saw you discussing most of the time there was just fishing. I did not see much of the other issues of blue economy. So if you are basically dealing with fishing, I think that there's no need of using the word blue economy, because blue economy encompasses quite a large area. So if your main interest was in the area of fishing, then it is important that you only limit yourself to that area of fishing. Otherwise, there still need to be a good revision that is supposed to be done to that paper. Thank you.
Can I answer first, please? About the first question about the culture. Yeah, culture was looked into, and it is in the final paper. It's only that it was not captured in the slides. Yeah, culture really do affect because there is a belief whereby probably what men can do, a female cannot not do, and that's why my research or the findings which was done in Kilifi showed that men were doing the fishing work, unlike the ladies. So culture is captured. Then about funding, how funding can be done, we know it is already done. For example, the government are offering loans to students through KUSIPs. So my emphasis was the same to be done, especially to the students who are taking blue economy courses like marine engineering, so that they can get motivated and increase in number in that area. About the observation, having a supervisor in listed, that one I agree, and I will do that. And then linking the objectives with the outputs also, I'll make sure there is a link. Then about the entire document, data showing gender in STEM, as I stated earlier, I talked about the STEM because this was a research which was done in CIT, and the essence of it was to compare the number of students' participation in STEM courses, and it was found that there is a gap between female and the male students. So this also led to the research to be done in the blue economy courses, and that's why I went further to these two institutions in Mombasa, and I also found the same, there is also a gap. So it's like it is something which is a triggering from one area moving to another area. So that has to be looked into. About inclusion of disability, yes, I agree, this one. They can be included, though my fear is probably it can be done, but in another topic, because if it is included here, probably my topic will be very wide. Yeah, I think that is it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, Felista, for your presentation. My name is Eunice Kerich. I teach in Baringo Technical College. I think just in agreement with the previous presenter, even though you have attempted to respond, the link between the gender dimension somehow got lost in your presentation as you were doing the findings, because it's there in the objectives, yes, but even as you go to the findings, we don't see you segregate the people being trained in terms of female and male in the findings. Then looking at your findings, I also got confused at a certain point, because I saw tables and they have percentages of 2 point something, 1 point something %, and other percentages. So I'm wondering, how relevant is that? Because you seem to be saying the finding is important, and I'm seeing the percentage is very low. So I'm wondering how the finding could be important. Another inconsistency you may want to address in your study is the inconsistency in findings also. Because you have a finding where you're saying, for instance, that students did not get enough practicals when they were training, and then you proceed to say that the same students showed they had a high confidence in getting a job. Because you're saying the research indicates that they didn't get enough according to international and local standards, but you're saying that still they were well prepared. So you may need to harmonize so that you have findings that support one another, and where they are inconsistent, you're able to explain the inconsistencies. Thank you.
as observation, and part of it I want to look at your report. Findings of, I saw that you're concentrated in fishing, that's okay, but mine was the issue of the academic and then the practical part. You did not say that after class, where do they get their practical? Because if it is fishing, they must go for fishing. And they must get attachment on the fishing vessels. They can't get attachment in the land. They can only get in the fishing. And that report, you can only get in the fisheries department. If you intend to do your research, you need to engage the institution like fisheries department so that they can give you the database. The other one is the type of boat. You say that the women could not go to fish because of the type of boats. You did not indicate. Do we have the technology boats for the female now to venture in the fishing? Because the government also, it can also provide for them. Or the institution can try, if they're doing the fisheries training, they can try to build the new boats for the female. Because the old female boats, the old type of boat, the female cannot go because of the nature of the boat. The other one is the finance, the scholarship. You asked for loans, or you did not ask for scholarship for female. Because in the maritime, on either blue economy, you look at the scholarship in the other subject or training, you'll get them, they are there. But in the blue economy, the government has not come out and give scholarship to the girls. The other one is, the last one is BMA. I don't think if it is a TVET college, if I'm not wrong, Mr. It's under Ministry of Transport and Communication. It's not under TVET.
Bandari?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a TVET college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, last I want to issue of a colleague who said you did not include disability. I want to tell that the nature of work, it is not easy for disability to be in that report because they can't do fishing. They can't do maritime, they can't go to the ship. It is very sensitive for the disability to be part in that report. I don't know.
Okay, just to start on the last, my research is not about fishing. Fishing was just under literature review, just to show the number or the gap between the female and the male participation in this field. So my research is about the gender mainstreaming in TVET institution for the sustainable blue economy. So it's not I was not emphasizing on fishing. That was just by the way, and it was a literature and a literature review. Then, yeah, I agree with you. If I have to include a disability, probably I do another research on that area to be separate from whatever I'm having. Then, about the findings. About the findings, I think I had mentioned when I was presenting, there was a typing error. Those were means, there were no percentages. That was a typing error. That is a mean. The one which is 1.682, that is mean, not a percent. It cannot be that low. And then more revision to be done. Yes, that one I agree. Have I captured everything? I think so. Yes, and I agree with the scholarship. I can include it in my research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felista. I'll request that now, yes?
Probably they are confirming whether Bandari is a TVET institution, but I think it is. It is, eh?
Excuse me, we just want to correct something as a regulator. One, all training institutions in Kenya. We only have higher learning institutions and tertiary. All tertiary institutions are TVET institutions. Even KCCA, Kenya College of Civil Aviation, KESRA of Kenya Revenue Authority, and many others. They are all, even the defense forces, police administration, the church. I can mention them, many that we have accredited. So we must correct this. Any training institution under TVET Act is a TVET institution regulated by TVET Authority. And then I wanted to ask Madam here, Madam Kenna, about people living with disabilities, as she has indicated that it is a very sensitive work to be done by people living with disabilities. What happens if you or me that works there as a senior officer gets a problem with the ear? Are you going to sack him?
No.
Good.
Yeah, that's why I said it is an area to be done by its own. Thank you, sir, and thank you for assisting me.
Now, the regulators have spoken with very strong voice. Let us not extend that debate further. We don't know what they can say next. Anyway, thank you all for your contributions. Let us clap for Felista for such a wonderful presentation. Now we are inviting Madam Jane Kariuki to make her presentation to the panel.
Good evening. I'm Jane Kariuki. I'm here to present a study on factors hindering female participation in science, technology, and engineering courses. This is a case of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. That is my abstract. Kindly excuse me, whatever is on the booklet. We made some changes thereafter, and it did not get to the printer in time. Thank you. So this study is set out to investigate factors hindering female participation in science, technology, and engineering courses with a case study of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. I decided to look at that, and because in brew economy, there is a lot that is learned in science, things to do with food preservation, because we require food. Maybe in the cruise ship, we also require people to know how to analyze maybe the water because of the even conservation of aquatic life. We need technology for communication. At the same time, when it comes to the engineering courses, there is a lot of mechanical work that is there, and that is the reason why I decided to venture in those three, beside the fact that there is a lot that has to do with the poor female participation in the same courses. I used a descriptive research design. That is what I adopted, and I had 53 participants who are purpose-free selected, and among them were trainers. We have trainees and parents, and also HODs for those particular departments. This is because I believe that trainers, trainees, and parents are key stakeholders in education. That is the reason why I had to use them as participants. At the same time, because it was a case study, I got on with those, and therefore, if to you, therefore, to me, they're okay for my study. I used questionnaires, and I also did document analysis and interview schedules. Those are the ones that facilitated the correction of data. Then the data was analyzed by SPSS version 26 and was presented using tables, charts, and graphs. The study revealed that culture, scarcity of female models in science, that is role models in science, technology and engineering, and lack of awareness are key factors that hinders female technology and engineering courses. Introduction. I looked at the background of science, and I realized that there was as early as 1600s, we had scientists, but looking at most of them, they were men, and it's only in the late 19th century when we had Marie Curie, who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity, and therefore you can see the imbalance, the gender imbalance that is there. Also in Kenya, future manpower needs, and as we continued in 1976, technical secondary schools with the assistance from the CIDA were developed in order to provide technical skills as preparation of more specialized training. And I've mentioned the 15 that were there: Kabete, Technical High School, Kitare, and the rest. And these are schools that had high concentration research. Look at all those schools, boys being admitted, and these are boys who are actually cream at the CPE level, cream of the primary school. Concentration of resources and the very conducive running environment, just to nurture the technical skills. But look at that, it is in boys. And therefore, check again the imbalance that is there, the gender imbalance that is there. However, with the coming of the 844, at least the girls had an opportunity to have some skills, and that is some technical skills. Colleges, which actually have led to increase in female participation being employed. Kaidre, will you consider over 50% of those ones?
And therefore, a good woman is that who can have skills to make a good home. And that is the reason why we have that. But that is why we are saying we need to venture in all the areas, include balance for the sake of also sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. I can see you're very passionate about gender in TVET, especially the role of women. And thank you for a good presentation. I appreciate especially the preparation of your slides. You are very sure that you did not leave out any content. I thought your objectives were already biased. They didn't give you the opportunity to explore other factors that may be responsible for the gender divide in Tibet. You already had set your mind on the 3 factors you are going to look at. You could also consider in future looking at the factors openly, where you have not declared a bias, that you will look at culture and the others that you looked at. There is a finding that you kind of alluded that the percentage of female trainers in a department seems to have an influence on the number of female trainees in the department. I think also you need to explore that further so that you can test whether there is any statistically significant relationship between the two factors, because the data you presented do not clearly show whether that factor is actually scientifically tested to prove whether there is a relationship between. Finally, on a very light note, I found it very interesting that you kept using the word manpower in agenda paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In Somalia, little children were shying away to go to school, specifically schools that do not have female teachers. To them, they believed that as a headmaster, they felt that there will be exertion of the same authority of the man unto them, and therefore they feared to attend those schools. And therefore, I realized that there is kind of correlation, and most the kind of kids that are affected in Somalia are girls. And therefore, to me, there is a kind of correlation, but I can explore more on that, and especially in the Tibet. But I believe in one way or another, when our students go out and they mention the teacher who teaches them,
one way or another that can also attract and also increase the enrollment, and that is the reason why I said in one way or another there is that body, and of course we can see it in the data, and therefore I feel that it is there. Then when it comes to the factors, actually there are quite a number, and I decided to narrow down because it would have been very wide. If I went to all the factors, it would have been very wide. Therefore, I decided to narrow down to 3, and could be my next research will be on those others, and we shall be together doing that. I think that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane, for that very passionate presentation of your well-researched paper. I was looking for this issue of making sure that the females participate in various areas of academics, just like the boys are doing, is worldwide. And that's how people like Sekan and Young Africa are coming across and always drumming it up to us that we should ensure that there is that gender equality in many areas in our institutions. So I was interested to see maybe in your work to see what is that common denominator that sweeps across the world that is making the female kind of be hindered in pursuing these areas that the boys are doing very well. What is that common all over? Number 2, I was also expecting that in your research suggestion, you would also suggest that such a research would be taken because when you talk of resources, European countries are compared to us, they have resources. America have resources also. So what is that is affecting the female participation all over the world?
Okay, thank you so much. I feel all of us have realized that there has been this, and therefore everybody is actually in arms to empower the girl. This one is because even if you look at our society, we actively participate in economic development. Go to the market, you will find very many women there, including venturing into those preparing the cocoa and doing so many other things. And therefore, if they are ready to participate in that, why shouldn't we give them the skills? Yeah? At the same time, you're talking about, so we don't want a lot of animosity. As long as we're talking about socio-cultural development in sustainable development, then we should also consider empowering women. Therefore, it is not wrong to do affirmative action. Whatever Sekan and other people are doing, I think it is not wrong. We are on the right track because we want to bring this woman from where she has been, because we can actually see her participation in economic development.
Thank you. Thank you, Jed, for your presentation. I must say, I like your confidence, your passion in the presentation. I felt like I was in a class being taught a lesson that I was not having an idea. That is good, actually. It means you actually love what you are doing, and it's good. From your presentation, rather, I would have been more interested to see evidence-based arguments, yeah? Because you said you did the statistics, of which I can see them in your document, but you didn't show us. So you are making strong argument based on the knowledge you have in yourself. You didn't prove to the audience that that is the data which you're making the argument from, okay? So next time, make sure you prove to the audience that you are making your argument based on the evidence that you have obtained from your results. And then I would have also expected from your thorough literature review, you should have gathered the obvious points that make women fear science and technology-based subjects. Because issue of culture is well known, issue of role model also, I think it's obvious, but you still again ventured into the same factors which look more obvious. You should have concentrated on the others. Was I would have expected a questionnaire or an interview to those ladies who successfully graduated in these courses, engineering courses, and they are not actually practicing engineering or IT. Then you get their opinion. What is the problem? Why are they not exercising what they actually learned? Okay? Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I can see you are adding more ideas and giving me more suggestions on my next research. Thank you so much. And I want to assure you, we don't fear silence. Given opportunity, we don't fear. But what is brought in our mind before we come here is what makes us prefer the other subject than science, but we don't fear. I am a scientist. Thank you so much.
I think, thank you very much for the wonderful remarks and contributions to the presentations. And with that, I think her presentation ends. Please let us clap for Madam Jane. Can you share the speech at the online presenter? So we have a last presentation from an online presenter who is in China. Thank you very much, Aliso. I don't know if he's still online. Is he online? Hello, Aliso. Thank you. It will be only in order that it's how welcome.
Once again, our youth turned up to be able to give their thoughts and ideas in this particular exhibition. This particular evening, we are delighted to have with us our team and partners from CICAN that are here. And again, they are here also to initiate another project or another program in the area of Kenya for blue economy and skills training. And therefore, this particular evening, we can see that the issue of the blue economy, even as we earlier on were looking at what was able to be accomplished by the speakers that were here in the morning, in the area of the East African Skills for Regional Integration Program. We are seeing the Big Four agenda so that we are able to provide adequate skilled personnel, so that also we are able to take advantage of the blue resources that are at our disposal. And therefore, this particular evening, I want to take this opportunity to briefly welcome. We have Tom, who is the director of the K-Best and also in charge of the program at Canada. And because they are all able to speak for themselves, I will give them an opportunity, 1 minute each, to undertake an introduction so that we can know them. And as we continue to work with them, then we shall also be talking from a point of information and having met for the first time this particular workshop. So you're most welcome.
Asante sana. My name is Tom Tunney, and I am with Colleges and Institutes Canada, or CICAN. 200, now I'm very frightened, 200 people, thank you. Just pleased to be here with my team. We were here for meetings, separate meetings, to introduce a new program that we have that is funded by the Canadian government and in collaboration with the Ministry of Education's Department of TVET in Kenya around the blue economy. So this is an exciting 70-year program that we're right now consulting. We want to do our design, we want to make sure we're getting it right, we want to speak again to the key stakeholders and leaders and participants who will be involved in this initiative. But the bottom line will be to ensure that their education, meaningful employment for young women and young men living in regions that are impacted. And this will involve partnerships between Kenyan institutions, TVET institutions, as well as Canadian colleges and institutes, building on many years of collaboration between Canadian and Kenyan institutions. And so a lot is to come. So maybe I'll just say K-Best project, which is Kenya Blue Economy Skills and Training Program. Thank you, Asante Sana, and I wish you the best.
Thank you so much, Tom. We also have with us, she's in charge of the programs, and so this afternoon we know that once we start off in the area of blue economy, then we shall be waiting to be able to see the delivery of these particular skills in the market. Karibu, Shalina.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, we're very happy to be here today. And as our manager said, we're here to scope out areas that we can collaborate on in the blues, and we expect to take the same model and the same relationship, this time impacting institutions that KCNP can also mentor in terms of TTIs and BTCs. So they're really very happy to be here today, and thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you, Shalina. And it's also good to note that with that, it is not just enough to have the Canada being in Canada. When they come here, we also have a system where those programs are able to be trickled down. And so we will briefly just introduce the program that is the Colleges and Institutes Canada. Eric, you can stand up and just wave. So this is a Kenyan partner representing CICAN here in Kenya's collaborations within our country, and we appreciate. And secretary here this particular afternoon, Professor Gul. Salimia wananchi.
again. Oh, good evening. My name is Professor Gur. I'm the TVET advisor to Professor Magoa. And I'm really excited to be here, even though we had other arrangements which we had, but the Chief Principal said, look, we've got to say hello, come and see what's happening here. And we've had a lot of good things that are going on here. I can see some of my friends are here. I can see Dr. Osawa is here from Tibet, so you're well represented. There are brains here. This is good to see, and I want to encourage the work that is being done. Research is a key component of TVET, and I don't even need to mention innovation, because innovation is the output. All of that knowledge that has been gathered, innovation comes out in the form of output that then needs to be exploited by society. So I'm very happy to find out some of the other things that you've been able to discuss, see how we can concretize them so that in the next second international conference, we build on what we already have and we are able to exploit the opportunities, including patenting some of the technologies that you have. And nothing is to be taken for granted. Everything counts, your intellectual property, your intellectual knowledge, even filing a utility model, that is still intellectual property that is valuable. We normally say akili ni mali, and so that's something we value. So I don't want to say much other than to thank you so much, Madam Principal, for bringing us here to at least say hello, and want to encourage you to continue with that endeavor. And then next time, make sure that our schedules don't conflict so that we do not have other arrangements, and we dedicate our time for the next conference, which I look forward to attending. And probably this time I might also present a paper. Yeah, thank you very much.
And who is also passionate about TVET. And at this particular juncture, I want to believe we have just come in at a point when we were about to do the closing ceremony. And I would also want to emphasize that tomorrow the closing ceremony will be presided by none other than our PS, that is Dr. Margaret Mwakima. She will be here, and therefore let every participant and every other person who has been attending these particular sessions be here. It is a weekend, but let us come and close together and wind up in a great way. So we are likely to finish by 12. We will not keep everyone here. Then we wind up with a lunch and go and finish our weekend businesses. And with that, I also want to request that for the team, we can take a photo. The team of the management, I know they are here, and my council members are here. I can see Dr. Grace is here. I can see the chief guest that had been sent by our PS is here, so we can take a photo just to commemorate this, and then we can go on to the wind up with the closing prayers and the national anthem.
Okay, shall we pray?
Okay, shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we are thankful because you've been with us, and we are also thankful because of the deliberations that have gone on in this hall. As we leave, we pray that your presence will go ahead of us. Heavenly Father, as we prepare for the closing ceremony and the other remaining programs, we still seek your guidance. We pray in the name of the Lord. Amen.
Please, there's tea on both sides of the hall.